but that's okay. There's
It'll
always
catch
a
up.
couple of minute delay anyway, so.
Okay. Hello, Steve. We're just clicking buttons. You're just coming in. Just me.
Make an entrance.
As soon as I get this button pushed. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Armada Planning Commission. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Chris, do we have a roll call?
Abercrombie.
Here.
Arnold.
Here.
Finn.
Here.
Jabara.
Here.
Carrot.
Here.
Cutchy.
Here.
Murray.
Here.
Okay. Next is our agenda. I was going to suggest a small amendment to move the Armada Township Master Plan from A down to the bottom of new business and making it C. No one will be here from McKenna, so as a courtesy to our applicants, thought that would be a little more efficient.
I was gonna make a recommendation to have them go up first too,
Okay.
for everything else.
Everybody's good with that amendment?
Yep.
Anyone have any other amendments?
You mean in the public hearings?
Yes.
Move
Is
the
that
public
okay, or-
hearings ahead of
You can keep
that.
it as
We
is.
just keep,
Okay, seeing no other amendments, our motion would be in order to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Beth,
Support.
so that's Sarah. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. Next is the approval of minutes from our regular meeting, which is May 1st. We do actually have corrected minutes. Does anyone have any other additional corrections?
I'll make a motion to approve the amended minutes.
I'll support.
Okay, Beth and Sarah again. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Okay, now this evening we have two public hearings, one on the master plan and one on Miller Farm. But before that, we do have public comments on any topics, any questions, anything you'd like. We just ask you to come up to the podium so that we can have it for the record and people at home can hear you too.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Marcia Hollins. I reside at 20120 Armada Ridge Road. I'm not sure if I should speak this subject matter during the public hearing for the master plan. Will I be able to get up and speak? So we're not talking about the master plan right now?
Everyone will have time during the public hearing of the master plan to speak on that.
Is there another public hearing where I can make some other comments?
We do have a public comment at the, before the adjournment as well.
Okay, I'll wait for those two opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, Marcia, thank you. Any other public comments? And let me take a look here online. I don't see anyone logged on, so there's nothing online. If there's no, like I said, we do have one more public comment and plenty of time during the public hearing as well. So moving on to a public hearing, we have a public hearing for our Armada Township Master Plan, which is in a draft form right now. You should have also received some additional comments from our from McKenna that regards to the master plan. And what the public hearing is an opportunity for the Planning Commission to get public opinion and thoughts, because what the master plan is it's our vision for the future for the next 20 years for the township. And we use this as a guide to help us in the development of the township and the preservation of the township. And since we don't have McKenna here, you feel that we should go through the plan and the changes that we've got so far?
So I would recommend, I know we talked about it at our last meeting, a list of potential revisions for public hearing purposes. I would recommend regurgitating that list, just so then it's clear from a public record standpoint. Since the public draft was circulated, so the version that everyone was looking at, what changes are being proposed as part of that public hearing. And then at another meeting, if you wanted to take action, you could do so. But I would reiterate what we talked about last meeting.
Okay, so
I'll make a motion to open
open
the
the public hearing at 7:06. Thank you, Beth.
Armada Township Master Plan.
I'll support that. All in favor to open the public hearing for the Township Master Plan, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. So what we'll do is everyone gets an opportunity to speak, but we'll do a brief overview of the master plan and some of the changes that have come about since the plan went online, that, just so you have a little idea of what's going on. Like I said, the master plan is a long-term plan for the township. It has demographic information about the community, which we do have more updated information. We found that SEMCOG did have a little more updated statistics, so we have copies of that from McKenna. There's a section on the Complete Streets Network, our vision for the future, the plan to implement the master plan, which has a future land use plan and discusses all the different areas of the township, whether ag, residential, industrial. And there's a lot of charts and maps and future land use plans that we use to thoroughfare plans that will be used to identify different information throughout the township. So, as I noted, May 1st, we did receive updated demographic information with some additional text to, there weren't huge differences, but this is just the most current information available. We also added a zoning plan, which will help going forward. We do have things mentioned in the plan that we don't actually have zoning for in our ordinance now. So this kind of gives you a little roadmap of how these different things, such as flexible to residential, would be applied to our compatible zoning district. So we have that. That's all in a packet from May 1st. We also have a more updated future land use map, and that is going to have some of the areas around the township and along the west side of North Avenue were not shown correctly as being a more intense residential, flexible residential type of use. So that has been corrected on a newer copy of the future land use map. And we're not going to go through all the minor typo type stuff, but we are adding some more language that came in today. There's a section here on complete streets. There's a section that goes into page 41 about the agriculture importance of the township, how we're going to encourage farming operations, sustain agricultural preservation areas by means of limiting development in those preservation areas, as well as prohibiting water and sewer in those areas, maintaining low-density residential development, and another section on agritourism about strengthening the relationship with local producers to assist with farmland preservation and agribusiness efforts, and support sustainable growth with overlay district zoning to encourage farmers to connect with the community. This allows them to diversify their offerings by engaging the larger community with homegrown products and activities at their farm business, and at the same time, Armada's local farmers are better able to sustain their family farms. Then we have a definition of what overlay zoning is. They're talking about the special ancillary agricultural use overlay district and how this overlay allows Armada Township additional flexibility to encourage agritourism, which is an important opportunity to help cultivate a niche market for locally grown and produced agricultural goods, supporting the local farm industry. And this special overlay district also includes a set of standards and regulations, which is enforceable through the township zoning ordinance. And let's see, some of the other things the major things would be, we're considering removing some of the energy in our, regarding new legislation that's in the current draft. Let's see what else. Chris, do you have any that you feel are major that we should be bringing
Just
up?
that there's an update to the community facilities map. A couple of things on that were not correct. There was,
Thoroughfare.
the thoroughfare
Thoroughfare
map was updated because a couple of the local roads were missing. And those were the major things we will discuss, I'm sure, in more depth during the business item.
Okay, so with all of that in mind, we have public hearing open. Like I said, it's an opportunity for us to get your input as to the vision plan that we have for the township. And we just ask you to come up to the podium. You already know how to do that, right, Marcia?
Yes, I do, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we can ask questions?
Yes.
What was the sample size that you all used to draw? How many surveys did you receive and draw up your master plan? Was it 300 or so? How many about, do you know?
That information is in the plan under the,
I wasn't back there. There should have been a copy of the master
Yeah,
plan,
I'm
and
using it.
I didn't hear you?
I'm using it, I've got it. right
Yeah,
here.
I know, and I went to get a copy so I could reference it, and that's why I don't have that information.
It was approximately 375.
300, right. Now, what I'd like to add to that is limited representativeness. A small sample might not adequately represent the population. This can lead to skewed results if the sample isn't diverse enough to include a range of perspectives or characteristics found in the larger population. So 375 surveys, I'm not sure out of a population for Armada of what, 5,000 is it about? Do you think? Roughly. Second, high margin of error. The smaller the sample size, the higher the margin of error. This means there's less confidence that the survey results reflect the true opinions or behaviors of the entire population of Armada and the village. The margin of error decreases as the sample size increases. Increased variability. Smaller samples are more susceptible to anomalies or outliers having a disproportionate impact on the results, meaning that these 375, if they all disagree with something, this disagreement is going to allow the plan to either be a yay or a nay. Statistical significance. It can be challenging to achieve statistical significance with small samples, which means it's harder to determine whether the observed effects or differences are due to genuine underlying reasons or random chance. In general, larger samples tend to provide more reliable, accurate, and generalizable results. However, the necessary sample size can depend on the population size, the diversity of the population, and the precision needed for the study's conclusions. I'm just concerned that we're rushing too much to finalize this master plan without really knowing what the village and the township residents have to say, and why is there a rush? What other data was used to develop the master plan? And why is there such a rush? Why can't we take more time? Why can't we extend the final decision-making? Even with these revisions and the amendments and the corrections that you have, they need to be posted on the page. So we know, the residents know the corrections, But I think we need to allow more residents the time and the opportunity to read the master plan, to understand it, to know it, to say yea or nay, to give their ideas. So the rush for it, I don't understand. Why?
Actually, there is, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
But if-
The samples that we sent out, correct me if I'm wrong, or you did, to the residents to participate in the study. It wasn't rushed, actually. What was it?
We extended it
Even
to
for
60
like
days.
yes, so it wasn't,
I'm saying the
expedited.
rush to finish the plan is what is a rush. I'm not saying that you didn't allow, yes, you extended it 30 additional days, but your sample size is small. The people who returned it,
True.
did you guys
but you
mail
can't
cert?
force
There's not
them
5,000 voting
Right.
residents.
Right.
You can't
Did-
force them to
I
reply,
understand.
and that's the debacle.
It wasn't mailed out to every home. How did you ask?
Okay, I can address that. It's in the master plan. We did start that last year, so this has been going on for a year. And
Yeah.
we always have public comment at and we've worked on this every month since for over a year. So, and I agree with you 100%. If we could get more participation, would be awesome. I mean, but
Yes.
we tried everything. It was available on the township website. There are hard copies at the township offices, local businesses, at the library, the parks. Email blast was sent out to everyone on a roster. It was available for 2 months. We even extended it, and we were still getting a few responses after that. And like I said, this was in the summer of 2023. So, we try our best, and this is pretty typical of samplings for this. If our planners noted that you don't get that good a response on these. We try, but to justify the expense to mail it to every resident in the township would be quite an expense. We made them available.
You mean the survey to mail out? The survey wasn't that long.
We've been
No, I'm
working on
not
this
talking
for a
about
year.
time. I'm saying an actual paper survey. If you were to mail that out, you're saying it would be expensive?
The actual paper survey was 6 pages double-sided.
Yeah.
And each one of those would have cost, it's not just a first-class envelope because it puts it over
An
weight.
ounce. Right.
So
even
it would,
taken-
we have 2012 households that we would have had to mail to at, I believe it's $1.29.
No, it's not $1.29 for an ounce and a half. It's not. It's like 84 cents. It's 60, yeah, so it's
Okay,
just, yeah,
calculate
ounce and
out.
a half, yeah.
Calculate that out. It would have been a significant expense to the township
But
to
is it?
mail it to every
But
address.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
But isn't it worth it, if this is a 10-year or 20-year plan for Armada Township and the village, why wouldn't we make that investment so at least we can give the residents, and not all your seniors, not everyone has internet access. Why wouldn't we take a little more time and make sure we have more
Input.
participation, input?
And I don't-
We appreciate the comment. We did try. This.
I
and
didn't
this-
hear you on two
This is,
people
this is
talking.
the
I'm sorry.
township, this is the township master plan, it's not the village. Of course, we take the village into consideration, but it is the Armada Township master plan. The village is working on their own master plan. We work together, but this is specifically the township's master plan.
So 350 people, 75, are going to make decisions about the direction of our township.
That is one component of the master plan.
What is the
we-
other data that you use?
we're
for
using-
this?
Census Bureau.
We have census,
Census.
Oh, census just gives you numbers and counts. I'm
Well,
talking
it's
about
still
decisions,
statistical.
making decisions with the master plan.
We-
What other sources?
Yes, ma'am.
So, this-
We
not debate.
Go ahead, you first.
I said, this does not make it a debate. We appreciate the comment. If we could get those people in here, we would do it. But we're here every month, and everyone's welcome at any time to comment on, we're working on this for over a year. If those people really wanted to make comments, they would come to a meeting
That's
or.
exactly what I was gonna say. I mean, obviously, the effort that was put out there to actually
I
try to
know.
get a response, I felt was very adequate. I mean, we talked
We tried.
and did everything we could, and, I mean, for the responses that we got, I mean, I advocate for, even my kids are in the school system, I have other parents to come to the meetings and come to the, and I can't get anybody to come in, so, I mean, if anything, I would say that the 375 that we did get the response from are the ones that are going to make the larger effort in the community anyways, and if the others aren't even willing to show up, then they have to be okay with the decisions that are made by the people who are willing to speak.
Is there any reason why, when are you looking to finalize the master plan?
The master plan will likely have a final draft for next month. Like I said, it's been over a year-long process.
We actually started in November of '22.
I'm just curious,
Yeah,
is
I
there,
thought it was longer than a year.
is there something in the master plan that you feel the other members of the community
I don't
would
think
be?
you're getting a good consensus. Does Armada want to grow? Does it want to stay rural? Does Armada want to have big box stores? Some of the questions that the survey had, you guys really haven't answered. Do you want to have low-income housing? Do you want to have senior housing? What recreation centers? It's still, I don't see where much information has been gleaned or has definitively been answered. It's still sort of like where we were before we got the survey.
And that's the catch-22 you run into. A lot of people, even though it's nominal to sit there and fill out a sheet and send it back, they throw it to the side. Let's be real here. And that's where it comes down to. You ask them for participation, and a lot of people will say, yes, we would love to help you, and that falls by the wayside. So we have to deal with what we have and go from there. Actually, I believe we had more response than the last time, DJ, we had. So,
Yeah.
go figure. I mean, unless you have another avenue of how to get it, I'd be more than willing to help.
Allow more time. I would suggest that we allow more time. We do more blitzing as far as, even if we just got more people, responses from a lot more people. Our young
do you
people,
feel
our
is,
teenagers, our high school students, the college ones, you know,
Yes,
their
ma'am.
parents are here. They come home from college. What would make them want to stay in Armada?
Yeah, and I agree with you. I empathize and sympathize with what you're saying. I mean, but the hard truth is, we don't get the reply. And that's, you know, I mean, what do you feel is a fair amount of time frame? May I pick your brain?
Yeah, I'd like to wait until the end of the year. What is the big rush to, let's, you know, if I can get a bunch of people to get more people involved and take the survey and get it answered, let's just try to allow for a little bit more time for people who haven't because I hear grumblings all the time, A, B, C, D, and E.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
like, come on in and share. Oh, they're not gonna listen.
And I'm
It's not
not trying to be a contrarian.
No,
I'm
I'm
just
fine,
asking,
yeah.
what is so extended for another year?
But no, not a year, maybe 90 days, and just a little bit to allow more people to have their input and to say, this is direction. Because when you see it, do you really have definitive answers? Can you say tonight that this master plan supports big box stores, little box, small, rural, pies?
Yes, we can,
Yeah.
because
We can.
we have, the goals and objectives of the master plan are to preserve our agricultural importance. We have section on valuing the environment. Another goal is housing for all. Yeah, another section is expanding the tax base, and another goal is an accessible transportation system.
General, those are real general.
And
Expanding
it
housing.
breaks down into specifics.
The master plan is general.
Oh,
anyway.
okay, okay.
I mean, I completely agree, but part of the reason why I wanted to be on here is because I hope one day that my kids will be able to come back here and the infrastructure will be in place and they will have, you know, somewhere to go to work and create a living and build a house and everything else. But I also think that it has to be done, I guess, with.
In a timely manner.
Yeah, right,
I'm
like,
just-
we don't have the infrastructure right now for a big box store to come in
No,
and
we
nobody
don't.
would
No,
want
we
that
don't.
anyways.
No,
I mean,
no.
the general consensus is everybody wants to keep it rural agriculture, but if we don't allow growth in the community, then my kids may not be able to come back here because there won't be a sustainable place to live and find a job, and, you know, I would like them to be close enough, obviously. I mean, I think it's natural good growth. It would be best for the community. I think that's what we represent.
Someone said that they would like to see all the storefronts in Armada filled with business. I mean, we have businesses here, how can we attract more to come in for a day and shop our businesses in Armada, to eat at our restaurants? You know, right now, is the word out about how wonderful Armada is? I mean,
And Marcia, that is the village, which is
oh,
not.
that's the village.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anything within this 1 mile square is the village, and we have absolutely
But
no
we can't
control.
support the village?
We can
We do-
support the
Yeah, we
village,
do.
but
The
we
plan
can't.
does support the village.
Okay,
but-
so,
But we cannot make the changes needed to encourage business to come into the village. That is the village planning commission,
But if-
not the township planning commission.
but the village,
Sits in the
They're two
township.
different.
right, it sits in the township, they pay the township taxes, but we can't promote them?
We can
We-
promote
we
them,
do. And
absolutely.
we
but-
do.
And
But,
we do.
but our master plan is for the township, not the village. The
But the-
village has their own master plan.
When I looked at the map, there's a big square, and inside that square is a township, I thought.
It's a village,
Inside
right.
the square
And
is
it's the village, that's what I meant. It's-
So, yeah, so
Yes,
you
but,
need to go and talk to the village planning commission
Yes.
to do the support for, obviously, we support them.
yes,
we
and they're
support
mentioned all
everybody.
throughout this document.
But if you
But
want to.
we
con-
can't make any
you need to
zoning
go to the
changes
Village planning commission.
to change things in the village.
Would promoting the village be a zoning change? Not really, would it?
No,
It's
but
not.
what I'm
No, we're
saying
not
is
saying
they're
anything
in
about
this
zone.
master plan. We've mentioned the village in several places in the master plan, but we have no control over zoning issues within the village that would drive more business to come into the village.
Is there any reason why I can't have that copy of the desk copy of the master plan? You guys all have the master plan, right?
can
I
have
should
that.
be able to,
You-
that's what I wanted to reference.
I'm using it for tonight because
Yeah.
Oh,
but it
But
it
after.
normally is on the
Yeah.
desk.
okay.
No, but normally it's on
And
the
back to
table
your
and it
point,
has to
Marcia?
stay in
Yes.
the building.
You, technically, based on what I just looked at, it's, the average term for a master plan is 4 months to a year.
And we-
That's
And
for a
we've
much
been
larger
working on ours for a year and a
municipality,
half.
isn't it?
Well, it's across the board. They take into consideration, look it up, and you'll get your answers, but it is for, and that sounded sarcastic.
Oh, no, I don't take it as sarcastic. No, you're fine.
But, I didn't mean it.
It's a
that
fact. I mean,
Well,
so,
That's the benchmark, according to,
for a survey?
for a master plan.
What do you
Time.
mean a master
The-
plan?
The
To
time.
go through the process.
From
From
beginning to
start
end?
Inception, the time to.
What is your reference? I'd like to look it up.
Google, I have, ClearPoint Strategies.
What state?
This,
Well, you can Google.
No,
well,
I just
that
wanna
would be-
know.
That's outside, but you can look it up.
ClearPoint Strategies on Google.
ClearPoint, there, oh my God, there's projectmanagement.com. You can go to.
4 months.
BS&A.
Okay.
I'll just read you one little short excerpt from the
Sure.
section on the Village of Armada. Armada Township desires to work together with the Village of Armada and collaborate on land use, planning, parks and recreation, infrastructure, et cetera, that mutually benefit all residents. A healthy village is a healthy township, and it's critical both the township and the village to maintain strong communication with one another as they pursue future development and service agreements. This communication has increased recently and is a priority of the township to even further enhance collaboration efforts. So throughout the document, we do support, we know that the healthy village means a healthy township. So it's, we spent a little bit longer time than we expected. The thought of making this any longer would be, I don't know that would be very fruitful because I think it'd be very hard to get the responses. I think we've got a pretty decent document that we can, kind of get ready for, like I say, year and a half is a long time for a master plan.
Absolutely.
We have worked
And
on
it
it
is
a
a
long
living
time.
document. It doesn't stay closed.
So
and-
it can, you guys
It-
can,
it gets reviewed every 5 years.
Every
it's
5 years.
fluid a little bit. It
We
can-
review every 5 years,
Okay, so
we
it's not like
review it.
stuck in stone and what you said,
No.
if there's a new interest,
It's projected for
plan.
20 years.
that's what I heard, that's what got scared.
If nothing happened, if nothing changed, we would review it in 5 years. If something does happen, we may review it sooner. But 5 years, we'll review it. This last plan we had was about 10 years old, and then we're on to a new one. So they're, we realize things aren't stagnant and they have to be looked at occasionally, so.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
We have a vision statement, and it states, Armada Township is an engaging community for residents of all ages. We seek sustainable growth while preserving the tranquility of our rural landscapes and our agricultural roots. We respect our past while focusing on our future. So that's what we worked hard for the past year, trying to
What
get this.
statement is that? What
That's
is
our
the
vision
vision
statement, and
You'll see it when it's
in the
published.
master plan.
Okay, thank you. Any public comments? There's still no one online.
I'll make a motion then, if there's no more public comments, or any other, are we gonna discuss, or we'll discuss after?
We won't make any decisions till it's on the agenda, under new business, unless, if we have any comments or,
Okay.
okay, so, Beth, you made a motion to close the public hearing at 7:31?
Second.
Did you wanna, I didn't say close, I didn't know if you wanted to leave it
Oh, thank you
open,
very
is
much.
that what
Okay,
you
no,
wanted to
okay,
do?
yes, thank you for
Table?
jogging my brain.
Table, yeah.
No, let me just state,
I'll make a motion to
n-
close.
well, I have to have a comment for you.
Okay, sorry.
Not too late.
I did speak with Laura from McKenna and encouraged her to be here. And her thought was that this is not the final master plan. So she suggested that we leave the public hearing open until next month, which she will attend after taking this input, any additional information we give her. And she would like to come out to the township and meet with Chris and myself and possibly one other, and get all the language hammered out so that she can get us a final draft to be, looked at another public hearing in July, and then we would hopefully have it ready for, recommendation to the board. So, Caitlin, did you care to weigh in, or do you feel that that's a good
No
course of
comment.
action?
So it's not my project.
Okay.
But some communities do a continuation of their public hearing. So that would mean that you would put it again on that item of the agenda. You would then have to do public notices again in the newspaper associated with it. I don't know if your planner gave you counsel on also circulating it to the other surrounding jurisdictions, because that's
I
part of
didn't
your
talk to her.
public hearing comment. That's what's required as part of your public hearing. By having the public hearing on this agenda, you fulfilled the legal requirement at the state to have a public hearing.
And it's all of this stuff.
So if you haven't gotten direction on all those components associated with it, I think the minimum you would wanna do is still do the public notice period, like put it in the newspaper, have it posted on your website, still have it available for public review at the township hall. At a minimum, you should do that. Especially since you haven't received correspondence from the surrounding jurisdictions, the regional, the county, or anything like that. So I think you're probably good, you don't have to send them a reminder that they could comment again, because they chose not to comment the first time, and were given 63 days to do so.
Okay. Well, then I should note that these were sent out to all the surrounding, adjoining,
Jurisdictions.
townships, all the other jurisdictions. At this point, we have not received any correspondence from the county or any of the other townships.
Nope.
Chris, what does it take to resend them? If we do?
Well, these don't have to be certified mail,
Correct.
so they just go in,
Just send out a
in generic, mail.
Yes, ma'am.
What I don't know, because this is not documented in anything I've read, is do I have to send the county another notice of compliance, which is what you signed
Yes,
for me?
I signed it.
The cost of doing the newspaper, I've got it on my desk in there, cause I just got it today from the publisher. I believe it was below $200, but it was above 100, so,
I would still, I
Well-
kinda agree with, Caitlin, at least at a minimum, send it. I mean,
at least publish it.
publish it, and, I mean, what's it take to email them? Can
I-
we just email them? Is
Um,
that sufficient, Kate?
So it depends how your initial notices were written, and I wasn't here
Oh.
for that, so there should
That's
be a
right.
disclosure in your first one that indicates, by not responding and asking for hard copies, they are submitting to digital copies. I don't know
Okay.
if that was in your original notices. Then
I
you could
don't-
send one,
Well-
if that was in there. But again, that's where,
I have to go look.
again, continuation, I don't wanna contradict what your, planner of the project already said.
Well, it says that the master plan was including an electronic link, so that we
Okay,
didn't
so
mail.
then yes,
we
you
can
could,
just
you
email.
could do an email, that's
Yeah.
correct.
And now that you're saying, but this would open up another 63-day?
No.
No, it would not.
No, because you already met your legal requirement
Mhm.
for the 63-day public
Yeah.
review period. You held your public hearing. And so, for other jurisdictions, sometimes you just postpone action on your master plan, but don't continue the public hearing. But again, I don't want to contradict your planner who's helping you through this project.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so, but it sounds like we would send the final draft to all these same entities electronically.
That's part of the final step of the required master plan process, is the final adopted version must be sent to all surrounding jurisdictions,
That's
your
at-
county.
After the board approves.
That's correct. So everyone has the most updated copy of your vision.
Okay. And like I said, they've had their 63-day window to comment, and,
Yeah, that's coming
I
up.
mean, it's everybody from MDOT to, SEMCOG to,
Right.
okay, but we're not gonna, okay, well,
Well, my
what-
point
what's-
is, should we is that a hardship to do that, Chris, or just email it back up?
I'll do whatever I need to do,
All right,
it's fine.
thank you.
We'll have copies back here too, like finalized.
yeah,
I'm
there'll be,
sure we could.
yeah, we're gonna have the new copy.
Okay.
It's gonna be whatever updates that we put in there. There's,
Laura did say that she would actually provide a full updated copy for the July meeting?
yes,
Okay,
we,
so yes, a copy of that will be on the desk.
well, well, we'll have to discuss that as far as
Right.
meeting with her, and, if we did that next week, you know, whatever input the planning commission wants to give her, and then Chris and I can sit down with her and make sure she's got it all, and then we'll get a clean copy that'll go out to everybody, and we'll have that for, the July meeting. So, what does the planning commission feels they'd like to do, leave the public hearing
If you
open?
need help with a motion, I can assist you.
I'm gonna leave it open, actually, can we?
Yep, you can. So what I would propose is that you would make a motion that you would make a motion to hold an additional public hearing at the July Planning Commission meeting, continuing the review of the Armada Township Master Plan. That's what I would do.
perfect.
Okay,
What-
and then before we do that, are we gonna have a quorum? I believe that is
July 3rd.
July 3rd.
Ooh.
Is there anyone that,
It's a bad day.
yeah, I don't remember what, we-
I don't know, I think, I know the former commission member always wanted July off, so I don't know how.
does anybody know that they have a conflict with July 3rd?
I don't.
Beth is,
Well, Caitlin, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, if hypothetically, if we don't have the quorum,
You
does
can't
it,
take action. You need a
We
two-thirds, you need a two-thirds
two-thirds.
vote
You
of your
can't.
membership,
you can't have a
not
meeting.
of a
no,
quorum.
that's
but-
not what I'm saying. If we don't have the quorum, next meeting, does it get bumped back automatically to the following meeting?
I
or
would
do we
Correct,
have
you
to
Publish
can't
it
take
again.
action.
Period.
Well, so, again, that's why some communities, you've already fulfilled your obligation
I
to do
know.
the public hearing.
That's what.
And so you could still, as long as it's not in your bylaws, you can still hold the public hearing, you just can't make motions, cause you can't make actions without a quorum.
Gotcha.
So you could still hold the public hearing procedurally, you just would not be able to make a decision that night. So that's how you would proceed.
Okay.
Okay, but we can't have a meeting if we don't have a quorum.
Yeah.
Correct, so you need a
Still-
quorum, but,
You're saying you could have a public hearing with
Well,
No
again,
quorum.
your
Just to-
bylaws say you need a quorum to have a meeting.
Right.
Yeah, or
They
public
do,
hearing,
okay.
yeah.
And will the legitimacy of that come in question because it's a day before the Fourth of July,
Right.
as far as allowing
Who's
public
available?
meetings coming through?
Let's see.
Say that again, Steve, please. I'm
Well-
sorry.
Will the
Legitimacy?
legitimacy of this public hearing be brought into question because
you're-
it's the day
you're hosting
before
it on
a national holiday?
National holiday.
No, shouldn't matter. Why?
It shouldn't technically, but would it,
It's, I mean, it's
are
our
we
national
disenfranchising
holiday.
people's, because of
Holiday.
family, vacation plans,
Yeah.
all that?
Well, we're not, I don't know, if I don't mind, if we can have a quorum, we have a quorum. I mean, if it's on the third,
Just
it's
need-
not the holiday, the
Wouldn't,
fourth.
yeah, I wasn't talking about the vote, I was talking about
Yeah.
more of
Public
the
side of it.
public.
The public,
Side.
yeah, being available.
Wow,
Are they gonna make it?
that's open-ended there.
You can't, like,
I don't know.
you can't force people to fill a survey out. You
I know.
can't force them to come to a meeting.
You're right.
No, exactly,
True.
trying to survive.
you know.
What do you recommend we do?
It's
Yeah.
not my
Okay,
project.
so
That's right.
let me hear your motion though. The motion would be to,
So again, the options you have is, so
Leave the
one,
master
you
plan
could
open.
make a motion to, have the continuation of the public hearing at the July meeting to continue the conversation regarding Armada Township's master plan. The other option is, again, your planner had already directed you to continue it, but from a legal standpoint, you fulfilled your public hearing obligation doing it tonight. This is when we told the public you could be here, this is when we told the surrounding
Yes.
jurisdictions we want your correspondence by. You can have the public hearing, close it, not make action, and wait to see those implemented changes at the next meeting. And
Which-
again, public can still
That's
look at
fine.
those, they can still comment that on your public
Yeah,
hearing
yeah.
comment, but,
Yeah.
it would just
And
be.
if we were to
a
make
gen-
if we were to close it tonight, and if something came up where we made a major change, we would just have to have another public hearing for the major change. I mean, just to be on the up and up.
yes. I don't know what would constitute hopefully a major change. Hopefully you're far enough along in your
Yeah.
plan that you're not
Right.
changing like several acres of future land use
Right, yeah.
classifications or
Revamp it.
saying, so that would be like your substance
Well,
change.
our future land use map was way out of whack.
And
But
it's
now-
still,
but
even
now-
the new one, it's
Oh,
still,
this- okay, that was available now, right?
this is available now, but
Okay.
I noticed today that there's a whole nother section around the village that is currently R1 that is still showing on here
But it's not, but
as,
it's minor versus major.
Correct, because it's
Okay.
not fundamental, a lot of the blueprint of your plan, is my understanding, is your original, which is the previous plan to this. You've made some different modifications throughout it, but you're not making a fundamental change because it's already matching your zoning plan, or your zoning
Right.
map.
It's
It's
just-
already aligning with
Right.
what the previous future land
That's
use had,
true.
so
Okay.
it's not a fundamental change, it's an error issue.
Okay, so, yeah,
So-
errors in the plan that may not be fundamental enough that we would have to open up another public hearing, so.
Right, so you were saying, Chris, in line with this, but not in that, I couldn't see what you were pointing to.
oh,
Okay.
Just
I was pointing at the future land use map. We will discuss the specific things that are wrong, still wrong with that map
Gotcha,
in item C.
I got you. Thanks.
Okay, so it sounds like either way, we'll
I'll
be
make
okay.
a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, motion to close, Beth?
Support. Oh, Joe.
Go ahead.
Joe, no, you already did a couple, you can take
Okay.
it, Joe.
Okay, so
Beth and Joe.
Beth
Generous.
and Jabara, okay, any question on the motion to close the public hearing? I think we've all kind of heard the pros and cons.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the 63 days of notice is complete.
Will be complete.
That,
We won't
that
have
was,
to
com-
notice.
Today.
no, that was
before.
complete 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Okay, I
That
see
was the
the
63
postmarks
days.
are May 11th. How could 63 days, I'm missing.
No, that's a different,
Oh, yes,
That's a different
the land
notice.
use, sorry. All right.
And just just for the record, I did bring up the fact that we do have all the certified
Yes.
notices of the public
So,
hearing and all
so
the.
the distribution went out on March 14th, and we took comments through May 22nd. That's your 63 days. It's actually more than 63 days, but you had to give the notices time to get to people. So,
I do have one more question.
Okay.
On the affidavit, Chris, why didn't I see?
because I didn't make a copy of it before I mailed it.
Oh, okay.
So I printed
sorry.
another copy and,
Oh,
and
gotcha.
stamped
So
it as a
all right.
copy.
Very well. Oh, I didn't want any problems.
So let.
Yeah, no, your signature went out to the
With it,
county as
okay.
required.
Okay, but the minutes will reflect that all, that we noted that all the affidavits were here for the public hearing. Okay, any other questions on the motion to close public hearing that, for the Armada Township Master Plan? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Okay. Let's get down to the next public hearing, which is going to be on the Miller Farm indoor-outdoor event venue, manufacture of food and beverage, and year-round kitchen. Miller Farm is at 71800 Romeo Plank Road.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing for Miller Farm, 71800 Romeo Plank, indoor-outdoor event venue, manufacture of food and beverage, and year-round kitchen.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so Beth, Maureen, opening the
Yeah.
public hearing on Miller Farm at 7:47. Maureen. Okay, once again, this is a public hearing where we will have the opportunity to go through and obtain public comments, and, if there's any questions, concerns about the application for special land uses at the Miller Farm. And best practice, we have the applicant just kind of,
So I can give an overview,
Okay, well,
just to kind of, and we won't go in depth on the standards or anything
Okay.
like that until later on in the item. So
let me take care of the business first about the notices, because, okay, so, Chris, I see you have them handier than I do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the notices for the public hearing, and this is way too much paperwork. Okay, so this is
You-
published
you
in the
told me
paper of record,
they were
and also
published.
to all the neighbors. I know there's a list of all the
Mailed on
neighbors
May
within
13th.
several hundred feet. Okay, where is, okay, there's the application. I can see the papers flying already here. Okay, so we do have the notices, and once again, we'll let our planner go through an overview, so you have an idea of what this is all about. And then we will open up for public comment. So if you're ready, Caitlin, I'll take it away.
Okay, so my review letter is the May 28th review letter. So the applicant applied for a special land use and site plan review. Other applications you've processed with me have just been the special land use portion. So this is why there's several different components. So we already listed some of those different special land uses. It was mentioned when the application was being turned in that there is the agricultural business value added farming operation, used as an event barn or indoor event. And so I did also include compliance with that use category, as the applicant, that may be appropriate for them as well, rather than using the SAA overlay for indoor event components. So that's gonna be a discussion point of our planning commission, is which avenue is the most appropriate. He has the right to apply for either one. There are different requirements and stipulations for either one, but he is proposing some level of indoor entertainment regarding that event barn type situation. So that's why that first paragraph is more or less there, is to speak to that. So there are 8 review standards associated with your special land use. In your packet, you should also have the letter from the applicant's attorney dated June 3rd. The applicant did provide in-depth responses to each of these standards in which they feel they have fulfilled those standards. So that's something I'll mention later, the applicant may speak to later. But that is some additional information that is important when you're making your special land use decision. The applicant specifically is proposing to use their existing facility, I believe, which is the steel barn, which is currently on site. They're proposing to use some of their existing parking lot associated on site as well. They're looking to do some expansion of potential parking lot areas and an overflow parking lot in the front of the property. There are 2 different buildings that are shown on the site plan specifically as something that would be a future potential build. So those are different components of the proposed site plan. So some of the biggest, I guess, overall questions is just making sure it's really clear to both parties, the township and the applicant, where things are and to what capacity. So that way it's very clear from both parties, when has it gotten big enough an amendment is necessary, but also an understanding of where on the property is that outdoor event. Is it on the rear of the property, is it on the left or on the right, is it closer to the single family or not? Cause that could change or influence of, is this sufficient screening or not sufficient screening, things of that nature. So that's mainly talking about the special land use components associated with it. I'll go into the standards more in depth later, during our analysis portion. The second portion on page 2 talks about minimum information requirements, so that's a standardized list of information we generally wish to receive. This is my first site plan with you, so when in doubt, I put it on the question list, so I do try to give some direction as far as what's sufficient, so again, surrounding area and aerial is usually sufficient to just give us an idea, without having to have the engineer for the project have to actually itemize and line work everything. An aerial from Google gives us that information of where's what within 200 feet. So the planning commission does have the discretion to waive any of these informational requirements if you see it is not necessary to determine compliance or what's been provided is sufficient. On page 3, that's where you have the proposed longer list of just in general compliance concerns. So again, when in doubt, I put it on the letter for us to discuss. In which mainly it's just additional information to verify compliance for a variety of different items. And so that's been brought in. There's also requirements regarding specific overlay and that use. There's different associations with each of those individual uses. Rather than listing them multiple times, we're gonna refer to the checklist specifically for those. But that's something we can talk through as we need to for that. And then we have our standards A through C regarding our site plan approval. I recommend 2 different motions, so special land use or site plan. We can take action on just the special land use if you feel comfortable. We can do contingent approvals or denials. And then we would move to either one of those. You can also postpone action due to waiting for additional information. So I think that's a general high-level overview of what's being proposed on site. We do have a board in front with the proposed site plan, so that way we can hopefully have a conversation about where things could be located or imagined to be located.
Okay, and do you feel the best course of action to address the special land uses first or the site plan?
Special land use first.
And then the site plan?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And so at this time, we have the applicant explain.
So the applicant can either speak now, they're also typically given another opportunity when you actually go to discuss that individual item on the agenda, because you may have board questions back and
Okay.
forth.
Did you want to just talk now, just kind of go over the plan, or do you want us to take the public comment? Okay.
Good evening, Bob Kirk, 19500 Hall Road, Clinton Township, Michigan. Land use and municipal attorney, working with Jeff. I've been here before. I'm not going to go through all the standards. Let's find out what's going on. We think we meet the standards, and Jeff can explain to you what we're kind of looking at. We understand there might be some deficiencies with the site plan. At least we know if we were going forward what we need to do and that we're getting some approvals.
Jeff Miller, 71800 Romeo Plank. So I'm looking to get the special land uses to do like outdoor events, like a trunk or treat in the parking lot, or I don't know if you guys require it for the petting zoo, or, you know, there was never really good clarification, like what is outdoor event, what's not outdoor. So we just went for that, and then for the kitchen, so I can serve food inside. And then the other one, oh, the indoor. So I can use that front part of my barn for, like baby showers, wedding showers, stuff like that.
Okay. Do we wanna, does the planning commission have any quick questions, or you wanna open up to the public, or?
To the public, and then
Okay.
have questions
Okay.
maybe when we discuss.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're gonna have plenty of questions for you when we get into it on the agenda, but let's, open up to the public and see if they have any questions or concerns, or, once again, this public hearing, just come up to the podium and, give us your name and address, so we can have that for the record and see what we can do for you.
Neil and Sandy Mork, 72,000 Romeo Plank. We are essentially the first house north of Miller Farm, since ITC is a right-of-way, you can't build or use anything on it. I guess we're concerned, I don't have a clear definition of what could happen in the future with weddings at night. It's a big concern, since we're right next door. If they put up a 10,000 square foot barn and have weddings at night now, it's gonna affect all of us in the neighborhood.
Right, we are going to be looking at each of those specific special land uses. At this point, it's the existing buildings. It's not, a banquet hall or anything like that going up. So, we will be addressing each of those, as we go through and where they fit. There are certain allowable things that can be done under our agribusiness, section of the ordinance, which is, the petting zoos and things like that. The events center is a little more intense, and that's one we'll be looking at most heavily, probably. There's two different sections that could apply, and we'll be looking at both those to see if they meet those standards. So that is something that we'll be doing. I can't give you an answer right off the top of my head how that'll go, but we'll get into it more in depth. Did you have any other, just,
I guess I have a question. He's not proposing that though, right? Like we're only trying to approve what he currently has there. It's not,
It was in his letter that was in your packet.
Right.
And off the website, and it did have the word weddings, which was my biggest concern.
Yeah. And for the record, I'm 100% for being able to serve food during the day and business hours, and I want to see you guys thrive and do wonderful.
They have a time limit till 11 o'clock, everything's got to shut down.
Yeah,
That's a big, it's
Yeah.
another discussion.
it's special land use, the commission, we recommend to the board, but we do have the discretion to put any reasonable conditions on it as well. So that's something we will be looking at. It could be number of times, time, limits, things like that. So those are all things that come into consideration under special land use. Yeah, so you had some more too.
Question, are you leasing the strip of land from ITC, are they leasing, for any of their purposes?
Can we just get a quick answer? Jeff, are you gonna be, you're leasing the land from ITC right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
and is that just farming purposes, or, okay.
Okay, so no plans to park cars there or anything, or you don't want that?
You can't even have hired farmers work on that. Like I can't even plant pumpkins over there.
Wow.
Take,
Okay.
If it helps, that site plan here,
Well, I'm just,
so there's the ITC property, he's not going beyond that property.
right.
Right.
And so the parking is right on the edge of that.
Yeah, I know, I mean, I'm
All-
right there, that's my fence line.
All we're saying is previous owners may not have followed those rules.
Right.
So we're just going by past,
Yeah.
past experience. And point number 2, you mentioned the manufacturing of beverages, what type of beverages could that include?
well, if in the rule book, you have to pick a special land use as manufacturing food and beverages. So it's a line item in your rule book.
Okay.
So like for caramel apples, I gotta get that special land use to make them, because it's manufacturing caramel apples.
My question was more about beverages. You know,
Cider,
okay,
cider.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
No, trust me, I'm not gonna be making beer all the time. Don't worry about that.
Well, I have no problem with that. No, really, I do want to see you thrive and survive, so we're not here to
No,
squash anything.
yeah.
We're just based, yeah. basically our concern was how big is it going to get, and weddings, even with your facility now, which could probably hold 100 people, even hosting weddings in there. It could go, you know, May through November. If you're not heated, if you're heated, then it would be every weekend. And that's our biggest concern.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
we should be able to address all of those concerns tonight, and so you have answers. And I'm sorry, I did not get your name. It's Neil and
Sandy Mork.
Sandy, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments? Okay. So, let's see, we do have this on our agenda where we will be getting into the nuts and bolts and answering a lot of questions.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay,
Second?
let me get that blue piece of paper. Okay. Going to close the public hearing, Beth, and I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Me.
Jabbar? To close the public hearing at 8:01. Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, thank you, motion carries. Okay, now let's take care of a little business here, and that would be, first up is our project status report, which I'm sure just got piled on here. Here we go. Yes. Okay, so under our project status, Blake's traffic study landscaping on Armada Center Road. Now, the Macomb County Department of Roads provided guidance on steps Blake's needs to take to request a traffic light at the west exit from South Lot. We
So
do,
That was actually provided to, Mr. Patterack and I, and we are meeting with Blake's, I believe, tomorrow to go over with them what, the road commission recommended, so.
okay, so you still have another meeting with, see what they actually have planned for that area.
I'm sorry, say that again.
There's another meeting that you have planned to,
Yes,
Okay.
John and I are meeting with Blake's tomorrow, I don't know
tomorrow,
what
I'm
time
sorry.
yet.
Okay. All right,
That light might be on Romeo Point.
Yes, that would be the plan.
okay. And we also have a letter from, that addresses the Macomb County Community Outreach and Road Education Meeting, some of the other work that they're suggesting throughout the township. Larry's parking lot on North Avenue, nothing new there. Trillium Farm Wedding Barn on 32 Mile Road. The special land use was approved by the Board of Trustees with some changes to the conditions. The Macomb County Department of Roads provided guidance on steps needed for an ingress, egress from property. So they are recommending those, or they're,
They told us what they will do, if she has to go in front of them. They provided a recommendation that she work with the, private road to get permission from them to use the private road.
right, it looks like they're not gonna let them use their driveways.
They
for-
can't use the east or the
Right.
west, they will have to use the center driveway.
And it's,
Um,
and it says that they're gonna require deceleration and a bypass lane on 32.
Yeah.
Okay. So that may or may not derail their project, I know they were
Correct.
concerned about that.
Which is why they're recommending that she talk to the owners of the private road.
Okay. Nothing new on Boo Boo's Boneyard, it's still at the court.
There's a road to the west, excuse me.
The River Bend,
Riverbend.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah.
actually on
For
her
the-
property, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Hidden River Estates, that is on the agenda tonight, looking for a one-year extension of their site plan. Latham Development, no update. DeHunt Storage, building permits have been pulled for the final two buildings, so they're starting to
Yep.
move again, okay. Miller Farm, of course, is on our agenda this evening. Nothing new with Frontier Farm Market. And continuing to review the ordinance book audit with Caitlin, our planner. And last is the master plan, which of course we had the public hearing tonight, and we'll be working on that this evening and into July. We also, of course, you received that letter from the Miller's attorney and the additional information from McKenna for the master plan. What else do we have? Any other reports or correspondence?
Just emails, nothing.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to receive and file reports and correspondence as presented.
okay, Beth, receive and file.
I'll second that.
Maureen. Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Okay, no unfinished business, so that takes us to our new business. And since we took the master plan to the bottom, that brings us to the Hidden Rivers Estates site plan extension. Thank you very much, Chris. She's kind of been staying on top of these things and seeing when the site plans, of course, they're good for 1 year. And then if nothing is happened, no construction, they need to be extended for another year. We can grant them as many extensions as they need. It's as long as there's nothing that's changed as far as any planning issues with the area, and there's really been no changes at all. So they are requesting a 1-year extension. Currently, this ends, when is their site plan doesn't say on here, does it?
Tomorrow, I believe.
Tomorrow? Okay. So we'd be granting them an extension to, July of 25, 12-month extension?
June of
June?
25,
Okay, so June, okay.
yes.
Okay, so this would be a 12-month extension to June of 25. Is there any discussion on, any questions on the, we also did receive it informationally, an update from the engineer, which is just for
They're almost
information.
there.
Yeah, they're getting close.
I'll make a motion to approve the extension of the Hidden River Estates site condominium plan for 1 year as requested by the applicant Salvatore Panzera.
Support.
Okay, Sarah. Any discussion on the motion for 1-year extension? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Okay. So that puts us to Miller Farm, okay. So let me just get that out of the way. Okay. So Miller Farms, so we have, first of all, they were approved for, well, they have for a farm market in September of '22. They were also approved for the rezoning special to Ag 1 special overlay district. So they have the proper zoning. Now they're here to come for the special land uses, and then they'll need a approved site plan in order to do those. Is that correct update? Okay. So each of these items will have to just take piece by piece, starting with the first item they're asking for, indoor-outdoor events. We'd like to be able to host a variety of events for those in the community, including baby and bridal showers, birthday parties, weddings, trunk or treat, car shows, and more. We do understand that for the new existing buildings, we must meet all fire building codes in order to occupy the facility. Speaking of fire codes, we do have a review from the fire department, and I didn't see any issues there. It looks like, it said the facility there was just a couple minor things. The only thing they're really looking for is looks like the fire department access road properly marked and kept unobstructed. It says to be is designated in the site plan, so that's gonna be a site plan issue. So the special land use, indoor, outdoor events. Let's see, I've got this. Caitlin, that is under the special ancillary uses, the overlay district, correct? So we have standards for that, and I got them copied down here somewhere, and then, there we go. It's probably easier to look at yours,
Whatever works.
but
Because one
I
of
don't-
the things, and it's up to you how you want to break it down. I do recommend kind of thinking of each a little bit. They have all their own specific requirements, which are listed under the zoning compliance component, because those are non-negotiable points. So for the future so regarding the special land use, it's talking about the intensity, the screening, the off-site impacts that are the potential, the impact on surrounding properties. We go through each of those individual standards. Are the minimum enough to not cause that concern? Or is this the time when we wanna have a condition that it would have to be more than that? So that's why the site plan zoning compliance, there are minimum standards for buffering. One of the biggest concerns I had is just clarification of what's where. So for like outdoor events, is that only being in the parking lot? Cause then that would be an easy note on the site plan that it would only be confined to the shown site plan. And then it would be very clear for us and the applicant, when is there, oh, you've exceeded what we talked about, and so then you can have a conversation, say, oh, if you wanna have behind the barns now, that's something, come back and we'll have an amendment, look at parking, cause a lot of the parking calcs are based on the area. And so that's the one thing I was just like, I wanna make sure we're on the same page.
What do you consider as an outdoor event? Like,
Yep, so your trick or treat, your car shows, those are outdoor events, and so that's that kind of event kind of idea, as opposed to the typical patron that's just there for your farmer's market or just there for your restaurant. If there's a baby shower, all of our indoor events are required to be indoor, so technically if there were to be an outdoor baby shower, that would be an outdoor event. And so it's meant to be open-ended, so then you have flexibility on what is an outdoor event. It's all these different things. But when you're inviting the general public to come and engage in things that are outdoor specifically, that's when that's appropriate.
that's really two different sections. 1639 is event and hosting facilities, which is your indoor.
Correct.
And then we have 1640, which is special outdoor events.
Right.
So it's really kind of two different sections. And the special outdoor events, depending how they're defined, there's, on sites no less than 50 acres. So that's kind of my first concern on the minimum site requirements for outdoor.
Isn't that just on the SAA one?
That's on the, 1640 is under the SAA.
And it's in,
So I just, I'm trying to just figure out where all these things are fitting in different places on how they're being applied for.
I'm confused with that, since
And that's why I thought we could talk about each one individually. That
Okay.
way it makes it a little, so,
Okay.
do we wanna stick with outdoor events or do we wanna talk about indoor?
Whichever one's easy for you to start, because
Okay.
it needs to be bite-sized pieces, because there's a lot going on.
Okay, so, well, let's start with outdoor events. So if you're looking at my checklist, the longer checklist, that's 6 pages, you would wanna start on page 3. So if you're looking again at the special land use specific requirements, the minimum requirements for the outdoor event, it does say that you have to have a minimum of 50 acres. The subject property has 30. And so that's something the applicant has the right to apply for variance on. The planning commission doesn't have the discretion to modify that number. And so that's a clear compliance component. It talks about setbacks requirements, associated with the proposed location of those different features, association to the property line. Parking, I can't, clarify. There is a general requirement regarding screening from the single-family home that's abutting the property to the south. You have other requirements like hours of operation, that's not, been clearly defined for each individual event, so because the special land use is multiple things, you could either say, this is your hours of operation for everything, or due to the nature of some of these uses, it makes sense to say, well, we'll have more flexibility here as opposed to the indoor events. Cause again, you're not supposed to have any noise for the indoor events. And so you can go later on in the evening if that was something we were gonna entertain due to the location. Numbers of day in operation, so specifically for our outdoor special events, it's not allowed to exceed more than 3 days after 7 p.m. So that's our minimum regarding our hours of operation. So that's something the applicant has to do. We recommend noting it on site plan. It's easy enough to just kind of indicate that. We're not allowing any temporary structures, so no tents or anything. The applicant doesn't indicate that that's what they're proposing. I think it would be different if he's doing a craft show and you have a temporary, somebody puts up their little pop-up to give themselves some shade in a parking lot. I think that would be our discretion associated with that. But it wouldn't be able to be a long-term tent that you would have to construct an actual structure. That's what I would imply from that. Sanitary facilities aren't clearly defined. And then it's not clear if these outdoor events, if it's catering to 300 guests or more, which would then trigger a traffic study. And so those are those kind of things. So some general information, and that's associated then with that. So there's some information we could have, but we could look at the site and say, so if it's being confined to the main parking lot or the main parking lot plus the overflow parking lot, again, that's our metrics to better understand to what capacity he's requesting. And so, as opposed to, I think what this is structured is more of an outdoor viewing event, and so then you can calculate bench seating. Because otherwise, if it's more open air, that's harder to calculate. But I think we can meander through that and figure that out. But do we think having in the front of the property, that confined area, do we think, and we can go through the standards, but do we think that makes sense? But those are the minimum requirements for this use.
Well, the outdoor events I'm looking at are the trunk or treat and the car shows and more. I mean, what type of outdoor events and,
Well, what's the difference in a special outdoor event and an outdoor event?
you know, an outdoor event in, as an agribusiness?
I believe it's capacity.
Yeah. I mean, outdoor events, there's small scale entertainment. We don't really address, it doesn't look like outdoor events in the agribusiness.
I thought you had a definition for outdoor
I thought we
events.
did too. I'm looking it up.
Well, we have a section where, similar uses. We've got sale of crafts, animated barns, petting zoos, children play areas. The event, my understanding is that this was crafted for larger events like festivals and things like that. The outdoor event, SAA.
Well, you can have festivals, correct?
Can we make exclusions and specifically say no amusement parks, midways, roller coasters, Ferris wheels?
Well, shoot, Steve.
Those are
I know.
those are
I had bad
temporary.
experiences as a kid.
I would say those are temporary. They're not completely secured to the ground, a carnival type scenario.
Just thinking about the neighbors.
Oh, sure, yep.
So, but they would still have to get a variance for the acreage. I mean, the 50,
20 acres under.
Yeah, cause it's 20 south.
it's only, it's a 30-acre site.
Yeah.
Because we go based on property line, not total ownership
Correct.
under contract.
Right, because like I said, this, a outdoor event could get to be something kind of large, and that's why we're keeping them to larger parcels.
Which is different than, so, I guess again, interweaving requirements, so the year-round kitchen and seating tasting area does allow up to 100 people to have outdoor seating area. Which is different. Again, the idea that there's a truck or treat or something like that, that's not associated with the restaurant specifically, so it's more appropriate to pull that into this category.
So,
But if you're doing the kitchen, you can have, and I'm just asking a question, like, you can serve outside, so during COVID, everyone had all those little tents. You could have, that would be considered like outdoor seating?
Correct.
Okay.
Or you could put a pavilion up.
Mm-hmm.
And then the applicant isn't proposing any on their current site plan, but they have the right to potentially enlarge that again. But that goes back to, again, our conversation of understanding what level we're talking about as far as number of people we're accommodating. Cause then I can verify compliance with other things. And then that kinda goes into our standards too, but. So that's kind of our outdoor event major components. When you talk about I guess while we're on the topic of outdoor, before I forget, one of the things that our specific zoning ordinance does say is that tractor pulling events are not allowed. They are not a permitted use, and so though the applicant put that on their application, that's something we clearly prohibit, and so therefore we can't entertain approving it because we clearly prohibit it. And so that's something that we wouldn't be able to entertain as part of these special
I know he
uses.
said inside his letter that, you know, it is a farming community and all that, but it's still a motorized, machine, for a lack of better words, and that's where it falls under that.
Correct.
So
You
even
feel
like,
bad for
like
him.
Correct.
Yeah, you
basically a
can't.
lawn.
It's motored.
Right, a lot more races.
So then the other component then is talking about indoor events, so that we have two different categories for that. So we have the one that's under SSA under 16.39, so that has more requirements. Specifically that you're required to have 20, they have 30, so it's not a big issue. As opposed to our agricultural, value added operation with the event barn, which has lesser requirements in a few different spots, but that's under section 801B. And so a lot of that's just informational components, primarily. There's a few different concerns regarding, where the event space would be, so it is presumed it's talking about the event space being in that existing steel building. And so I believe the existing steel building is at or less than 50 feet. It's right there. If you take a scaled ruler and measure it out, there's no dimension marker to verify. So his building may be very well okay, but that is a potential concern. The property or the one to the north is, I would say, is clearly within that 50-foot. And so that would probably be that couldn't be an indoor, but it's not labeled as just a proposed building. And so, again, it goes back to the intensity of these use, how many are we talking about? Because as part of the fire marshal, it talks about 49 people based on the proposed layout would be acceptable. If he made improvements to the, structure specifically, he could have up to 99 people in the public area inside the building. And so if he chose to make those alterations and that directly triggers, he can have pretty much twice the capacity. And so that's something that, and again, as we're looking at this future land use, the applicant could label those other two buildings as other event centers. And so if the applicant came through with a site plan and said those are future phases, he would be able to continue without amending his special land use, because it's our understanding that.
At some point, he's gonna do more.
Correct, and so then it would just be a site plan issue, in which we're then verifying compliance with different things. If he adds those two buildings, does the parking lot need to increase or not? But if he labels it that potential indoor event space, well then, it's an understanding from the township that that could be additional growth. As opposed to if nothing is labeled one thing or the other, it's less clear what we are actually approving from a capacity standpoint, so that's why I just want things to be labeled.
How many, is there a parking space requirement depending on the capacity of a building?
Correct.
So there's 181 total spaces, so I guess at what capacity does the parking lot limit
Well, and then that's, the problem is I can't answer that because there's all these other competing uses that are all competing towards that parking. So I can't answer how many outdoor spaces because it's one per 2 people that you can accommodate
Yep.
outdoor.
Yep.
As opposed to the parking for the agro event is 1 per 150 square feet of, that floor area. And so that I can calculate based on the portion of the steel building.
Right.
Granted, I get the full gross area of that, and then I can verify. But we have all these other uses
Right.
that also compete into that required number. And so that's part of that equation.
So the most we're looking at as potential is 99 people, and that this barn can accommodate according to the fire marshal.
In the
existing.
existing steel building, but as part of our special land use, I want it to be really clear for both parties. If we're saying contingently, yes, he could also expand it to 2 additional buildings. By putting the conceptual buildings on there, he's not locking it into this space. He's not locking it into this specific dimension, unless we say it cannot exceed 300 people for indoor capacity overall. And so that would clarify for us, what is our metric for building?
And that's, I guess,
How
what
expansion.
yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, like, if with this parking, would the 3 buildings all of the proposed buildings, would it be able to accommodate 400 people, or 300 people, or 200, or?
And that I don't know, cause they don't have clear dimensions on all of that.
Right, right.
But that is something that the applicant could provide that information, and then we could verify that information. But again, it's more of a clarification of when does the applicant, at what point does he need to come back to us? And so that's what I wanna make sure is really clear to both parties. Is it when there's 300 people or more, either in the steel building existing, cause you could have up to that 100, or is it using one or both buildings whenever that comes? At what point does the special land use get triggered that we wanna reevaluate? What's appropriate based on the size of the subject property?
Well, you can look at the proposed based on scale.
Correct, you could take a scaled ruler.
That's the way
and
I was doing it.
generalize it, correct.
That's when I was looking if, okay.
Yep, so you could take a scaled ruler. I do find that it's better that those are true labels
Yes,
added to it, so that
yes,
way,
no discrepancy.
correct. But again, those are conceptual buildings, and so just labeling
Yeah.
both conceptual, but from our standpoint, what number of people is appropriate so the applicant knows, if I have a occupancy space of 300 for indoor events, is that my limit? And then I need to come back. Cause the rest is a checklist of compliance, we can do that.
And I guess my other question too is, like, if he has a proposed, future building, if he's proposing that as a maintenance shed for equipment and the facility, then obviously he's never gonna have the general public in there, so that, like, I just hate for have him trigger or jump through additional hoops when that proposed building is just a maintenance shed or
And
something
that's where
that
this
doesn't.
is a phasing discussion, and so I would only verify compliance with the steel building, cause that's the clear direction the applicant wants.
Okay.
And that's part of site plan. If we're talking about the special land use, again, that's just the check-in period, so if he adds an additional building, that's when we're saying, okay, is it less than that, again, arbitrarily picking 300, cause it's an easy number. If that next barn is another 100, he would still have to come through site plan review because it's a new construction of building, but he doesn't have to go through another public hearing because we said the number was up to 300. And then he's still, again, we have those minimum standards, those are all going through. Same thing with those other, like a third building or whatever those sizes are. But I think the capacity of people is a certain level of nuisance that's when we're concerned from a public safety standpoint.
Yeah, essentially, that's kind of up to him, correct? If he says.
At what those point triggers are, yep.
Yeah, okay.
When he just decides to move on, so what we're really trying to say is what is our max for a special land use, when we wanna check in. So technically, we could say, oh, it's at 100, cause that's what he's proposing now. Or you could choose to be a little bit more futuristic and say, well, up to 200 is reasonable, or 300 is reasonable based on the size, the characteristics of the site, and again, a lot of this other components can be associated with other stipulations. And we want to be consistent between applications, talking about pyrotechnics and things of that nature, frequency of events and things of that nature. Because again, this, indoor events, we don't otherwise have a lock on how many events is appropriate due to the surrounding region or surrounding area, what neighbors are dealing with or things of that nature. Same with the application previously, we also limited hours of operation. So I would say to treat similar applications similarly, we would wanna have those same discussions. So then, one of the last two, so if you're still following along in your checklist for manufacturing of food and beverage, that's on page 3. So they are required to have a minimum of 20 acres, 10% of that is required to be planted area, and so the applicant has 30 acres. And so there's some lot coverage components associated with maximums and things of that nature. There's some other, requirements talking about making sure that it's taking place entirely within the building. Then you have your year-round kitchen, which starts on 3 and then goes on 4, talking again about minimum requirement of 20 acres, they have 30. Parking, screening, things of that nature that the applicant has to accommodate. The year-round kitchen cannot accommodate more than 300 people, so that's clearly not something he's proposing. But we could say you can go up to 300 as part of this special land use, up to the threshold the zoning ordinance says you can. And that's a clear understanding rather than saying, well, you're locked into the 100 with their special land use, and so you have to come back if it's more than 100. So that's what I wanna clarify for the applicant, is it 300 or is it the 100 that we're talking about?
I got a question. What did you guys just approve that Trillium Farms for how many people before they got to come back in for the special?
I'd have to look at the minutes, but it was
It was
less
99.
than,
I thought it was 99,
I was
yeah.
gonna say, it was less than 100.
So if they have more than 99, they gotta come back in and
For the fire marshal.
Yeah, if they're doing anything to that building to increase the area or the number of people, they have to come back.
but is there, so if they meet like building code and fire code, what was their like number, what was their limit on?
Because it was the structure they identified on their site plan. They said this area of the barn is what we're using. So if they go beyond that, there's your trigger. And so I wanna make sure we're having the same clear understanding of what's the trigger here. I do think, because these are conceptual future drawings, I wanna be mindful not to lock him in to say, well, you said it was gonna be a 50 by 50 barn. Well, that's, you're not there in your visioning effort yet, and so.
How these buildings come about, I was told to put them on there for a 10-year plan, so I didn't have to come back.
Right.
So I called Urban.
Yep.
He drew some squares on the thing.
Yep.
Didn't need the size, didn't need
Right.
the use, didn't need nothing, so
Right.
that's how the squares ended up on.
Yep, and that's totally fine for where we're at. The only thing I wanna do is clarify the labeling that there are other buildings that could be out indoor entertainment. That's all I'm trying to do, and then, again, clarify for the applicant, when we're approving this, is this for the 100 or the 300? Cause there are future ambitions, and so I wanna make that clear for both parties.
The way that the site plan is drawn with these proposed future buildings, and they're drawn in darker than even the existing buildings, and they're saying proposed, I don't like to see a site plan that has things that look like they're part of the site plan. You get a site plan that says it's approved, and these buildings are on here, and say, oh yeah, they were approved.
And so that's where I think an easy note can be added to say part
Right.
of phase 2. So again, that's not part of the site, he's not looking for site plan approval to build those buildings next year. And so that would be the
It
clarification.
needs to be very obvious that these 3 buildings are
Correct.
not part of an approved
But
site plan.
But
So
he
you
is
can just
asking as
change
part
that.
of your special
Yeah.
land use, there could be more buildings that this is accommodating.
Right.
So that's,
Phase.
again, we're playing 2 different games here.
Yeah.
And that's where just a simple note that says phase 2 clarifies that this is not part of site plan approval phase 1.
It needs
to
to be, it
address
needs to
your
be on the
answer.
site plan.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But I mean, it would be fair to say, okay, if his occupancy currently would be 99 people, if, Jeff, if you wanted to have more than 99 people, you'd say, you know what, let's put up another building. If we said, all right, let's have it 200 people would create the trigger, that would allow him to build a second building to increase what he's currently doing, just give him more space, but not have to come back for another.
He wouldn't have to go through another public hearing
Right.
to do that evaluation.
It would just be the
just be
traditional.
site plan,
Right.
because it's a new building.
Right.
And
So you
again,
wouldn't have to go
you
through
have
all
all those minimum requirements that are already associated with
Mhm.
it, and he would have to comply to that for his new building. Again, it wouldn't probably be as much, because you've already done a lot of that initial work and labeling and conditions and things like that.
Does that
but-
make sense, Jeff? Is that?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's.
Okay,
that's
yeah,
great,
I mean, to me, that would make the most sense, just to not have everything continue to roll through again, but allow for expansion of the business. I mean, doubling a business, that's gonna, I mean, hopefully it happens fast maybe, but, I mean, that's
what
gonna take time.
That's what Urban Land was telling him to put on,
Right.
so he didn't have to come back.
Which does make sense, but they're, like you said, they're identified really, really bold, so it looks like they're being proposed about it.
Yeah,
So a simple note, phase
Yeah.
2, that solves
Yeah.
our site plan, but again, I wanna make it really clear what's our trigger. Cause it's not gonna be just gross floor area, cause we don't know what that number is other than the steel building. So let's do a people cap, cause that's easier to measure at
Right.
this point in our
but
venture.
any building construction would trigger that was being used for the
No.
public.
So by building a new building, he would require a site plan review, but depending how we word our motion
Okay.
for the special land use, he wouldn't have to do another public hearing. It wouldn't require another special land use amendment analysis.
Because he's not changing any of that, he's just adding to the capacity.
That we already said was okay.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So tonight, we would need two motions, one for the special land use and one for site plan. They'd be
If
two
you're
separate-
comfortable doing
I mean,
those.
table, or, well, I'm just saying, a
Yeah.
motion, table, deny, or.
Correct. And you don't have to do one motion per use, you can group them all together.
Yeah,
As opposed to one or the other, but I think the biggest thing is clarification, which review standards we're using specifically for indoor. So there's the agro-business ones, and then there's the other outdoor one. The requirements are different. And so the agro-business ones are less intense, than the other indoor events. So if you're ready, then we would switch gears and just talk about the standards, if you're ready.
Right.
As long as everyone understands the uses and how they play together, just the next step in our conversation would say, okay, now we're gonna think about standards and say, how do these apply in its level of appropriateness? So when you're ready, that's the next topic.
Are we ready to move
well,
on?
from what we've done before, we've grouped them.
Mhm.
That's the easiest. because
And that's
it's
how
all
the
in one.
analysis is written, is
Yeah.
it's grouping everybody together.
Right.
But we don't necessarily have to approve all of these uses, they can be just certain special land uses, if we feel that
Correct.
some are appropriate, okay. Okay, we'll move on to the standards.
Alright, ready for standards? Okay, so that's page 1 of 3, at the header, it should say special land use analysis. Just a quick reminder, the applicant did provide, correspondence, which isn't specifically incorporated in my analysis, but they wrote a response to each of those standards. Kind of explaining how they comply with those, specific standards. So our first standard regarding appropriateness of a special land use is that the special land use that's proposed is located, sized, in the character that is harmonious and orderly with the surrounding neighborhood, within that zoning district. So the current ranked occupancy of the kitchen area facility is 49. For the public area, they could make alterations to the building to have 99. The location and size of the other uses, like indoor or outdoor events, is unclear. So again, just labeling outdoors here, indoor here, or again, he could write a note saying that the outdoor event area is confined to the parking lot and the proposed overflow parking lot. That could be the area, from our purposes standpoint. The use of the proposed buildings is unclear. Again, that's that phasing discussion. He could list all uses there. He could say it's for the manufacturing, he could say it's for events, space. As long as it's clear, again, what's that trigger, associated with what use. There is a single family home to the south directly. There is the ITC line and then more residential. The southern greenbelt as drafted does not meet our minimum requirements. Standard 2 talks about the proposed use, based on vehicle and pedestrian traffic is not more hazardous than what's typical within that district. Ensuring that we're looking at traffic flow, proximity to intersections, sight distances, off-street parking, and other pedestrian traffic. So one of the things that's required for many of these different uses is pedestrian pathways from the parking lot to these various different sites. And so that's something that could be clarified. They're required to have clear pathways that have barriers, so that way vehicles are not likely to hit people. Additional information during site plan review can confirm compliance with vehicle maneuverability that are mentioned later in this analysis. They are proposing to use their existing driveway with no proposed changes. It's unclear their status with the County Road Commission, but again, that's something that's a site plan compliance component. The county will tell them what to do, and that will be that to some extent. They have frontage on a paved portion of Romeo Plank Road. Their frequency or capacity of indoor or outdoor events is unclear. Then looking at traffic patterns associated with it, the applicant is proposing a main parking lot and an overflow parking lot.
I have a traffic study recent for you from that area. That'll help them out.
Oh, okay. Standard 3 is talking about the proposed use is designed to be located, size, and intensity, site layout, hours of operation that eliminate any possible nuisance emanating from this site regarding dust, noise, fumes, vibration, lighting, or smoke. And so the frequency and hour of events is unclear. It's unclear if you're using pyrotechnics or things of that nature. That talks to some of the public comment that was talked about associated with that. Standard 4 talks about the proposed use shall be located as far as their location of buildings and height of buildings, and which would fences, landscaping, walls, to not discourage appropriate development in that surrounding area or impact other values. So it's unclear if the potential use of those future buildings and the level of phase lane approach to it. To the south, the single-family residential home, the southern greenbelt as drafted doesn't meet our minimum requirements, so they would have to enhance that. The question is, do they need to enhance it more than our minimum? Standard 5 is the proposed use is harmonious with the physical and economic aspects associated with the adjacent land uses, prevailing shopping habits, convenience of patrons, and that doesn't exceed our township capacity to provide public safety to that site. So they do have frontage on a paved portion of Romeo Plank Road. The proposed multiple uses are related to agriculture operations on site. Standard 6 is talking about the proposed uses necessary for public convenience, again, located on the paved road. They're not proposing any changes to the existing roadway, and there will need road commission approval. Standard 7 is the proposed use is so designed, located, and planned and operated to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, so pedestrian pathways, unclear. Additional information during site plan review can be provided to clarify vehicle maneuverability and compliance therein. Frequency and capacity of indoor-outdoor events is unclear to verify traffic patterns, and they are proposing a main parking lot and an overflow parking lot. Standard 8 is the proposed use shall not be detrimental to the neighborhood within which it is located, and that the future land use classification is harmonious with the general purpose. So they got rezoned to the SAA overlay, which allows for a variety of these different uses. They have been rezoned to agricultural, so preserving agricultural active practices and associated other sources of income. Again, talking about capacity of events to verify traffic patterns. All uses other than the tractor pull are things that they can permit for. There is a single-family home to the south directly. They would have to enhance the southern green belt to meet our minimum requirements. They are proposing to continue an active farming operation. So those are our 8 standards, and the applicant, as I mentioned, did provide a in-depth response to how they feel they meet all of those requirements. I don't know if you want to have them review it, or if you'd like me to skim through it, or you read it in your packet and therefore you feel like it's good.
They didn't get their fees until today.
Oh, that is something you got today.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I was gonna
apologize.
say, I can read fast, but not that.
Okay, maybe.
Hard
that's-
drive.
So I don't know if you'd like me or the applicant just to do a quick recursory then, since you're looking at it just tonight, of those standards and how they feel they meet that.
Whoever would be more comfortable
I buried it.
with
It's
that.
under here.
What's your preference? Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, it should be red header.
Right there.
Hang on.
It was on your table when
Yes,
we
I
got
have
here.
it. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so the first standards with regard to the size, location, character, we're not changing a lot of it. It's we We have a lot of acreage there, we're just using to operate out of what's there, adding a few buildings, so we don't think it's out of character with the community and what the community's vision is. The vehicle and pedestrian traffic, we feel the Romeo plank will handle that traffic, and we feel we have enough internal circulation and internal parking that it won't be a hazard onto the main roads at all, so we don't think it'll be a problem.
Have you got anything from the road commission, have you addressed that at all, the road commission? No?
We probably would do that at site, when we go through site
Okay.
plan to figure that out. We're at their mercy, correct? Again, number 3, similar in that the size, location, intensity of the layout. Again, it's the layout we have, it's consistent with what's out there now, and when we think it would flow well with what the township's vision is for this type of use. Proposed location of height and buildings. We have the building that's there already. The other ones are off to the side a little bit. We haven't got a height on those, but it'll all be kind of consistent, nothing too dramatic, too tall. 5's the...
Taj Mahal towers or anything.
5 is about the relating harmoniously with the physical and economic aspects of adjacent land. Again, it's the farming land, it's AG. We're just adding a little bit of agribusiness to it, so there's no real change in that. Necessary for the public convenience. It's kind of a popular thing these days, and the township's promoting that, and we're looking to operate that and not really overexpand that. I guess the same thing is with regard to number 7. It's located and planned, so there's no detriment to the public safety and welfare, although we do recognize the neighbor there, and if screening's required or wherever else, we're willing to do that. And we don't think it'll be detrimental to our interests. There's hours of operation, again, there's screening, things we can do to work with them and with the township on those issues.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, now, as far as the farming operation on this site, you have, how many acres? You're doing some planting at this point? How many acres have you got?
20,
20 acres planted?
20 there. I got other property I leave.
Okay. And the, as far as the product that you're gonna, like, you're gonna do cider, so you're growing apples and what?
No, I'm not growing apples.
Okay,
If I ever do cider, I will grow
okay.
apples or,
So at this point, you don't have the cider press?
no, I got the cider press, I just don't have
Doesn't
the
have the
trees.
apple, okay. Nothing to press. Okay.
So if he wanted to buy apples from a neighboring farm in the community, is that not acceptable?
No. There was just a stipulation for alcohol production that 51% had to be grown on site, at least.
Cider is not alcoholic.
Correct, that's why I said there's only a stipulation for alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause my only concern is with more proposed buildings, that this is truly ancillary use, because the whole ordinance is designed to allow ancillary uses to help the farm, but if this becomes the major thrust, I mean, the 49 to 99 people parties isn't real big, but if it expands to more than that, is it truly ancillary to this agricultural operation? That's one of, my major concerns on that.
Have you had requests, Jeff, this is not like a commission question, but have you had requests for people to host a bridal shower or baby shower there, and
A lot.
that's what
And
brought
I've
this?
been doing it
Okay,
until 6 months ago when I got told I can't have parties inside and I can't serve a hot dog to somebody inside, so that's how I ended up going to this SAA thing, and it's been nothing but like,
it's a lot of work.
yeah. For doing what I'm doing, I think. I mean, but,
Okay.
So up until now, it's been pretty smaller scale type
Yeah.
party.
there's been, I probably had, since I redid the front, I probably had 30 or 40 baby showers, bridal showers.
Those are fairly small, 50
Yeah.
people.
Yeah,
30,
50
40
people
people.
max,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, I can only fit 49 in there. Well, I could fit more, but I gotta do some stuff for the fire department, so I can only have 49. So,
Right.
I mean, I got more friends than that for a wedding, for a party.
Yeah, I mean, I think the proposed future buildings was just simply to try to eliminate having to, like you said, go to another public hearing. It doesn't even mean he's gonna build it, it's just.
You know, doing all of that.
I mean, I could see if I come in here one day and said, hey, I wanna put up a 80 by 100 and have a wedding in there, well, yeah, then we're gonna have to sit down and talk and figure something out. But for what I'm doing now, I don't, you know, keep it just like this, and then if something ever does come about, come back in maybe, I don't know how it all works.
Same thing with, again, something that's not shown on it, that if you're interested in it, is the outdoor seating area too. So that's something that, again, you have parking on either side. I don't think it matters from a standpoint that it has to be directly adjacent. You could have it to the north, granted your septic's there, so you may not want picnic tables and stuff like that on that, but, you could have it across that 10-foot, way, and just say conceptually, you might have outdoor seating there that you, again, you have 100 extra people in the fire building department, that's a whole different ballgame.
Right.
And you could accommodate more people
So
with
that would
less
have to
effort.
be on there
Yes,
now.
yeah.
So I guess
Caitlin,
that-
on the proposed buildings, coming back for site plan would go through again, parking requirements, screening requirements, and
Yep.
all those things.
But that's something that, again, when we're talking about the number that we're talking about, he could still get special land use approval, cause again, the restaurant component allows him to already have 100 people he can accommodate outside. So you could say that's the number outside based on just that. And then you could say up to 200 or 300 people indoors, part of the functional events. But again, you could also say there's 100 people just for the restaurant. You could say that there's 200 people that can, or 300 people that could be accommodated in the parking lot. But again, each of these are playing with each other, and I wanna make it sure it's really clear at what point does he need to come back, cause we're doing it based on people count and capacity, and some of those are outdoor, it's difficult to say capacity. And I just wanna make sure everyone's on the same page and we're not muddying waters, cause I think that's where you cause, strife.
The other issue is I think we might need to go over Eagle's review.
Eagle.
I've got a review here on his septic fields.
Oh. I know that your engineer did provide some information based
He
on the
did.
site plan. I
And,
know,
and Jeff read that and provided me the Eagle for the well and the septic.
Correct,
Yes.
and that's
that's
gonna
their
be-
domain as opposed to our domain.
Correct, but my point is, well, leave it at that.
I guess
They
I
might
would,
need more capacity associated
He's
with that.
definitely gotta get more capacity because
Correct.
I don't wanna have him jumping back and forth here, just be done with it.
And that's where the special land use and clarifying
That's right.
that trigger, when do we need to do another public hearing? Site plan's easy to verify, it's when I add a new building.
You're right.
right,
Or in
Right.
addition to the building, if he were to choose to, build on the back portion of this
Well,
field.
his existing building, this is off his existing.
Correct,
That's what I'm
with the
referencing
septic,
for the
correct.
type.
This existing building, according to the fire
Right.
marshal, can only contain 49 people.
He still needs
Correct,
that.
as currently built.
Unless you make a modification,
That's
then
right.
it can be 99.
Yep.
So we're starting at 49, that's our number.
Yep.
For the building.
Yep.
But then the outdoor component, we're adding 100, or you don't really know, but we're thinking 100.
Up to 300 is what our more or less cap is, yeah.
So we could do the 49 inside and 100 outside
Yeah.
as our phase one, potentially.
If you wanted.
That would be like a minimum phase one.
And then he would have to come back if he were to make those building modifications to get to the 100 that the building official suggested.
Yes, if you did the door change to get 100 inside, then that would trigger you to come back unless you say something now.
So I can only have 49 in there. If I have more than 49, I gotta come back.
Come back.
That, depending on the motion.
If that's how we wanna pass it, but that's what we're looking at. We're starting the baseline to approve your facility from everything.
no, I think you
said.
look at doing like a 300 count, because then you
We
could,
have
you could have,
capacity.
yeah, well, your buildings have a specific capacity, right? He could only have 49 in the building or 99 if, with the modifications. But that's not saying he may have 100 people in a pumpkin patch and 100 people doing a trunk or treat in the parking lot. You could easily have 300 people there without, I mean, he's gonna bring in outdoor restrooms or whatever for the outside, you know, in order to keep up with that capacity. And that wouldn't overload the property, overload anything. but by putting a 49 or 50 people limit,
That's just a starting
trigger.
number.
right,
That's
but
what
I
we're starting with,
think
so
it
we'll
needs
go
to be
from
around
there.
the
He's
300
saying
mark.
he would like to start at a different
A
base
higher,
number.
yeah,
A higher
the-
number.
that's way too, I mean,
So
that's
you would like
currently,
to start at the
Yeah,
99.
50's not gonna, that's
Yeah.
a Saturday
And you
afternoon
can-
So
buying
that's
flowers.
assuming you do the indoor modification for the 99.
are you planning on
building.
doing it, the indoor ratification for
It's
99?
Doors.
Yeah, they're pretty
Okay,
much.
perfect.
It's pretty
Yeah, yeah,
much
In a-
I just didn't know.
So, yeah,
skate bar. It's
to be honest,
pretty
I'm
easy.
probably gonna go put outdoor swinging doors, so I
So
can.
we'll start at 99 then.
90
Okay,
99 would
that's
be
a
the
question.
And so you
Three
can
indoors.
choose to make the motion more complicated where you say each use has so many people, or you could say a cap over all of these basket of uses. The capacity you're concerned about is X.
So
It should be, because that's determined by the amount of parking in space.
And what I'm
But again,
proposing
we're
is,
talking about special land use. So at what
Right.
point does he need a re-public hearing? Cause then
Right.
site plan, we're basing it on that steel building, the provision that, granted, he'll write it on the site plan, but it sounds like the outdoor event space would be in the parking lot and the overflow parking lot area, so that is a dimension, that's something we can measure. And then as far as the beverage, component, that I would presume is part of the restaurant steel building, or is that potentially somewhere, you would eventually want that to be elsewhere?
Probably in the back somewhere,
Yep.
I mean.
So
picnic
again,
tables or
so the
indoors?
steel barn is having everything listed in it, and then the proposed additional buildings, the applicant can choose, you could list everything all over again.
Right.
As far as indoor events, you could have it be restaurant event, you could have it be, the manufacturing space, you could have all three in there, but again, we're talking about what's that capacity component
yeah, if
that
he's
we're
not doing
talking
anything
about.
different than the existing building, why come back for another review, correct? I mean, again, you're adding capacity, but you're not changing anything you're currently doing.
Again, is
Okay.
500 additional square footage or 1,000 square, what's our threshold? So then he knows when that trigger is. So you can do it based on people, you can do it based on square footage.
I mean, I
But we
like,
don't-
Use square footage indoor and outdoor. How do we do it on square footage?
So it depends on the use, so, but you can do both, so, I don't have the full dimensions of the steel barn in the,
Go on.
in the floor plan, I believe what was shown was, only the front portion, not the whole building. So I don't know that direct number offhand unless you got a
That they're
scaled
currently
ruler.
using?
I don't have.
What portion of the
yeah.
barn are you currently using for,
Just the front part, you guys gotta draw.
how,
Yep.
how many square
So-
feet?
Still need the square footage.
if,
How many
do you
square
not,
feet?
plan on putting that other building there, it was just stipulation?
It was a
Oh, yeah.
recommendation
It was
by
a
the
recommendation.
township.
Recommendation, and what if I, wanna put a shed out back?
Right, well, that's what I'm saying, like, if that's,
Does that have to be on that now, or can I just put up an ag building and just put it up there?
Ag building's different.
Yeah, it doesn't have.
That's
to
a
be-
So I could
permitted
just
use.
put up an ag building
Yep,
one day,
for
and it
storage.
doesn't have to be on.
Yep.
Okay.
It's just when it's
So this
associated
is
with
the
these
existing
uses,
building.
that's when it's very important we know what's where and what's the trigger.
and that's my
Using-
question, like,
Can I put
Jeff,
up an
you're
ag
just
building,
using-
and say it's for ag, like a shed or lean-to or something?
Yeah.
And then switch it from ag to
Like an outdoor event space or
outdoor,
something.
outdoor event space?
So you could convert it,
But
but
it would-
what
it
we
would-
need
it
to
would
clarify
trigger-
as a body is, are we approving just the steel building? Or are we approving more than just what is being talked about, which is the 200, 300 person capacity, a up to 500 square feet of floor area? And so then he knows at what point is there a trigger, I need to come back because I'm converting this pole barn, it's below that threshold. Again, it's a clarification of what's the trigger for special land uses like this.
how many customers, like, during your busiest season, have you had several hundred people there yet? I mean,
At
is it-
once.
For pumpkin season, I mean,
I mean,
I
there's
fill
gotta be-
Dawn's yard next door, I fill my parking lot, I fill out back, I mean, there's gotta be more than 300
So,
people.
and again, I'm just asking, from a neighbor's standpoint, I mean, obviously the previous owners of the property was chaotic at times, I think. But as far as Jeff, I mean, as neighborly, have you noticed when those, any issues? I mean, it hasn't been outrageously loud during pumpkin season, it doesn't create,
Not pumpkin season, the tractor pulls were
Yeah.
miserable.
well, yeah,
But we know that
obviously that's gone and done, yeah,
Other than that, we have zero issues.
right. So I mean, even knowing that there's been 300 people there and the neighbors that are actively here saying it's been fine, he's been great neighbors, like
And again, you can go above 300 because there's all these uses at play, and they're
So you could go to
different
5.
thresholds for
Right.
different things. So the restaurant cannot exceed 300, or I forget now, if it's
99.
100 or
99
300,
inside.
whatever it says in there. And so they have just the indoor capacity is that number. Now you have outdoor, you could stack on it. But I think it's really important for the applicant to understand what's that trigger when he comes back and we have another special land use. Not to keep hitting on that. Maybe it would be productive to say, in general, do we agree with the list of uses based on this standard? And then we can debate then what's the appropriate number? Is that
Yeah,
is that fair
100%.
kind of direction? Is let's talk about each or the cluster of uses. Do we think it meets standard 1 generally? And then talk about what's that capacity threshold. Does that make sense? Focus on, are we generally moving towards what kind of motion? Does that help everybody? Okay.
So it's basically 100 by 60, your barn? Is it roughly?
About
Yeah, 60 by
5,000 on
100,
the
then there's
back.
a 40 by 80 on the front.
Correct, these guys, it's a little offshoot.
Yeah, and the back,
Right.
whatever it is, 60 by 100, that's all shop, that's, I mean,
Okay, so that's where we're at with that dimension. For his existing building?
Right, but he's not proposing this use to take over the entire building.
Correct.
Right.
That's the only hardship. I mean, we can't I can't determine where that line is.
I mean, you guys are gonna know if I'm gonna put up a
Yeah.
wedding venue or add on to my barn, I mean, you guys are gonna know. So why don't we assess that if I do grow or if I do expand?
And that's, to me, like,
So what about
that's what I think what we're trying to do is put a number on it so that even if you did want to do a additional building, you'd have to do a site, or you'd have to do a site plan, but you wouldn't have to come back in here for a special use. You would eliminate, so I just don't wanna cut you short, and you're not doing anything different, you're just expanding the operation a little bit,
And
right?
it's talking again about what's the appropriate level that's, again, harmonious within the area. What's
Yeah.
that capacity that we think works?
Well, can we at least agree on the 99 for the indoor?
Is that the
the
base, that we want only the
'Cause
indoor?
I think the operation he's
That's
got
all he has.
now is the right size. If he starts adding more buildings, it's a whole nother animal. And I don't think it should, be something that,
That's fine.
that's what I'm thinking, it's easy.
Joe,
The existing building capacity is 99, and that,
what was the septic good for?
Well, he could get
I
out.
beg your pardon?
What was
It's-
the current septic good for?
yeah, I think he's gonna have to address that. That's-
Yeah.
The county.
Well, Eagle states that, it's not scheduled for a type 2 business based on this. Cause his print states approximate existing septic field.
But that has nothing,
I
that's not
agree.
for
I'm
us.
not-
So
I'm
why
not-
are we even
I'm not
discussing
disputing,
that?
he's asking.
Well,
I'm not
how can we
disputing.
recommend a immediate 99 count if the?
Cause
don't
it's
know
just
the-
an engineering problem, so you could change it to an
That's- yeah,
engineering
that's
septic
what I'm
field,
saying.
he
He
could add a
doesn't have to-
second septic field or an expansion onto
Get
existing,
outhouses
you
for
can
it.
Let's-
solve
Yeah,
it.
he could do outhouses,
I
he
have
could bring,
one inside,
during
I have a
events, he's gonna bring in
trailer
the septic,
at my
or the,
house, so
those
if he was
portable,
having
like, trailer
a shower,
outhouses and whatnot.
afternoon wedding or
it's only
something,
good
he
for
could,
Release that if he
two
does.
bathrooms.
whoever's
the
renting the
employees could use
facility
it.
could bring in a
Oh,
western trailer, and then that eliminates the whole septic field issue, cause there
Right.
wouldn't be one.
So there
Well-
is an answer to that.
Yes, there is. I'll let you.
DJ, can
No,
I
but
ask,
we decide.
why 99? Why not 150?
Because the building will
That's
only
the
hold
fire-
99.
Fire marshal,
Fire marshal,
But don't you have the sprinkler?
No,
No.
I do, but it's not hooked up.
So when that changes, we could add more, but.
Correct, this is his trigger for when he has to come back and redo a
Right.
public hearing.
but he's holding, a 99 indoor event is he's got a comfortable size, and he's been working with that. If it gets bigger than that, then, like I say, it's not gonna be the same thing. And these uses are still supposed to be ancillary to the farm, and if we add this, that, all these event things, it's just getting to be not
Messy.
an ancillary use.
But if
Well,
you
and I
look
don't-
at our other SAA and what they are doing, they're doing a lot of things
Right.
also. So I think we need to be fair across the line.
My only concern with making it 99, like you were saying, I think, Lee Beth, is, like, if he were to, this is gonna be his main like, I know you operate your farmer's market and everything out of it. Well, you are occupying that space with your farmer's market and in your bakery or whatever, and then you wanna, in the fall, have an apple barn where people can come in and just have a little snack and lunch or whatever. If we put it at 99, instantly it's gonna trigger, so now he has to go through this entire process again to do, you know,
The
an
fire
apple
marshal
barn
put
or.
it at 99, no,
Alright.
No, I'm saying he'd build another building. No matter what, he would have to go through and get his building site plan.
It'll be back.
But then you'd have to come back here also to review this again and do a public hearing and everything else.
Jeff, what'd you say about sprinklers being in that building already?
Yeah, so when I bought it, they
Yeah.
had the sprinkler system
Cause
for the
that's what
haunted
we made them
house.
put in.
So it's still in there.
Are they approved, but they're not approved by
No,
the fire
you
marshal?
gotta put a tank of water out there and
Yeah, but
pressurize it.
yeah,
No,
I know.
yeah, that's not anytime soon, I can tell you that.
That'd be costly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So, but, because then you'd be approved for more in that building, cause I understand the fire code.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could put, I think, 300
So we
if
could
you
start-
sprinkle it.
We're just looking at number to approve, like Caitlin's saying, what should trigger you to have to
Right.
come back? We know constructing buildings, you have to come back, we all know that.
Not for a special use though, only for the site plan.
Oh,
You
yes.
wouldn't have to have a public hearing. That's what I'm trying to propose is instantly it would trigger an entire, another
land use.
special
Still has
use.
to be 99 based on his.
But if you're,
yeah.
if you're, that should be a trigger though. If you're putting up more buildings and expanding and it's becoming a whole different
changing-
But that
operation.
would be a different building though, for capacity then also.
Well, it sounds like you could get capacity out of this building by sprinkling as well, but at 300.
Alright, so indoor, we're
Indoor.
gonna tentatively write 99. It seems like 4
Yes.
people are
Mhm.
in agreement with the 99. Well,
Yes.
again, put a pen in it, alright,
Yeah.
because we have all these other uses to talk about. So
Right.
outdoor, what's the number? Or are
Well,
we
what do
okay
we-
with the size area that it's the parking lot or overflow parking lot, and that's our size? You can do it by people or you can do it by size.
Mhm.
So which would you like to do?
When you have to add more parking, or when you have to add more, when you?
So as soon as he
How do
changes.
we have a count of the people, I mean, how do you really know?
So, I mean, arbitrarily, you have in your outdoor how much of this event space, there's a percent, or there's a number, and then you do parking.
Do by size.
So you would do the same thing.
Do it by parking?
Yeah.
do
So you
the
would say this is the parking area, that would be a simple note, it's geographic. If he then expands the parking lot area, or if he chooses to have events that are not in the parking lot area, that's when he has to come back.
When your parking gets full, you have to come back? Did you say you're already parking somewhere else?
Yeah, I park on the grass to the south.
He's already parking somewhere else, that won't work.
If you've got it, you don't have a designated outdoor event area, everything is shown as parking. We don't know where that area is or really what,
Where do you hold outdoor events?
I mean,
In the parking lot, the trunk, I don't have outdoor events.
okay.
The
It's
question-
due to the parking lot component, so a trunk or treat happens in the
Yeah, in
parking
the
lot.
parking
And a car show, both those,
Correct.
both
All
those
those
would be
happen
a
in
parking
the
lot.
parking lot.
I can have the car show in the grass area, in the fenced-in area, if it's not,
And again,
fall
that's,
season.
yeah, and that's again where we're trying to figure out where that is, so,
But you could have a festival with all the pop-up tents.
Crafting
and
tents,
a
yep.
craft show and thing like that, if you've already got this parking, you have to have a space to do that.
or the other option is that instead of limiting it just to parking, we could have the dimension of the parking or overflow parking and say it shall not exceed a square footage of X. That way, dependent upon the outdoor event, it's more flexible if you word it that way, cause then it could happen in the parking lot, it could happen in the, grass area.
That's smart.
And so you could, if you want, again, we need a dimension, so then he understands that, or a people count to make sure he understands when is it beyond what the
Yeah.
township was expecting. It's important.
That's even better.
So we could say, again, we could have whatever that square footage is, and I don't have a scaled ruler on me to verify that, but we could say the
Joe
gross,
does.
you do, okay, so we can
I
either
do.
measure it right now, or you
Yeah.
could say shall not exceed the gross floor area of the parking.
Well, events are different. Events are usually a timed event. People are there.
Correct.
It's not like pumpkin season or ag where people come and go and it's got constant
Correct,
flow.
but you pick as a
If you-
different use that,
An event is
is
gonna bring during a certain period of
Yep.
time, and not knowing where that's going, it's hard to say how many people it can accommodate.
And that's what he's verbally indicated. It is not on the site plan,
It'll
but that
be-
is what he's verbally indicated we would require to be put on the site plan.
So if you have 180 parking spots proposed on the site plan, do you just
Close the
mul-
gate at 180.
Sorry,
well,
Beth.
you just have, I mean, you're putting a number of people on. If you put 2 people per car, I mean,
Correct.
or,
There's
We were just
something
talking, if
measurable
you have a,
people
Something
you know,
measurable.
Expedition, you can get 8 people.
right, but yeah,
How do you guys do it for other businesses in the area? How do you guys limit them?
So by gross floor area or
By square
people.
footage or people.
See, I would say
And
by
use.
parking area, when your parking area is full, you shut the
No,
gate
by the gross floor dictates the
until
parking.
people leave. And then you can open it back up again.
The gross floor dictate.
Boy, this is, it's
The
not,
amount of people
this
you're
is
allowed in your
existing
building.
building, right?
Yeah,
But you have outdoor
that-
people, so.
right.
It's just
It's
parking
right,
lot
it's-
right
right,
now,
exactly,
and
that's
as
like
of that
next to
Google
Water
view,
Store.
now
Hang on,
it's
Jeff,
kind of
yeah.
more just a,
So we got
must have
73
fixed.
parking spots here and
Just
100.
Now, this
that
house,
must, that grass must be this.
So if I get
yes,
full,
it
why
is.
can't
This
I
is
park out in the field?
future.
Again,
This
that's what we're
owner here is
working
a
on.
future.
That's
We're working on.
23,000
That's why
square
parking
feet
lot
right there.
won't work.
What's that?
That's,
why
that's
parking
what
lot
we're,
won't
that's
work.
what we're working on, so.
We're trying to figure out what metric to use.
Or so.
And how do you determine how many people are there? Because right now, we're at like 500 people. Is
Yeah, how do you
what we
guys do it
expect.
for other businesses in the township?
They don't have outdoor events with hundreds of people besides Blake's.
Well, how do you guys do their ratio on people to cars to
I
park
didn't approve
into?
them, they were
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
They were here a
They
long
were
time.
here
A lot of parking.
Well, either way, moving forward from a compliance standpoint, it's really important we understand how much area we're talking about. From how the code is read now, that is how you determine compliance. So let's focus on what number is. It sounds like we like the idea that we're not gonna lock it just into the parking lot.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
wanna lock it into a gross floor area so the applicant would have flexibility if it is in the parking lot, or we move it to other grassed areas in which then you wouldn't have to use your parking lot for the use. So again, a craft show or something you could have in your grassed area and you'd still have more than sufficient parking in your parking lot. So that's what we're working on that dimension for.
Well, currently, they're having 300, 400, 500 people there, and the neighbors aren't complaining.
Correct, and the
we
UPIC
know
is
we get
not
that.
something we're talking about. That is not the capacity issue we're talking about.
But that's not an event, 500 people, which is different.
Isn't that an event, picking pumpkins?
So that's part of the UPIC. It's a different use.
Different use.
Alright. Small festivals?
Correct.
Okay, so this, as part of the special land use, we have to have these numbers to trigger, but
I recommend you do. You
Okay.
could blindly just say we approve outdoor event on this property.
Yeah, I just
You,
feel like
you
we're,
you can do that. I don't recommend it because it's not
I know we are,
measurable.
it's
Really?
gonna
And
be
then
really-
now you're gonna have issues of tension if
I'm
somebody is
not
upset.
going into someone's business.
It's not the most
Is this for the
transparent.
indoor, outdoor one, or is this
We're
for the
just on
special
outdoor. Outdoor
The special
special,
outdoor?
outdoor special. Using your terms, yes.
well, it should be something that has some basis in the ordinance, which is, maximum number of guests is 300 in the, that's event hosting,
So currently,
it shouldn't be
the
arbitrary.
300 on top of what he currently has, would that be the number of people? If he's already got 400 or 500 people there, and then we have an outdoor event, the maximum number is 300.
But an event is different than having people there for a farm market. Farm market is an ebb and flow.
And to be honest, you're not gonna do enforcement based on how many things he has going on there. We're not asking everyone, are you here for the UPIC?
Right.
Oh, well, that's the tally here.
Yeah,
Just from an
yeah.
enforcement standpoint, I'm trying to be
Number of
very
people.
realistic. We are not gonna go there with a cloud clicker. That's not what we're gonna be doing. So you said it was 40,000?
40,000.
So are we comfortable
Roughly.
with an outdoor event space that is up to 40,000, which is here? I'm gonna grab, is that the final copy or no?
Oh, no, I've got several copies
I'm gonna take
left,
mine.
so.
Handy dandy Sharpie.
Yeah. I wanna make sure what you're doing. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
I'm getting a lot less than that.
What's your outdoor event?
No, you gotta include all this.
So, this is the 40,000 that we're talking about. That's what that looks
to the back of the proposed building?
So again, this area can shift if you do it based on a gross floor area, so it can shift anywhere. But the thing is
That's
this
the
size
conceptually the size.
conceptually something we're okay with from an outdoor space? This is not pumpkin picking, this is a craft show, this is trunk or treat, again.
Yeah, so
Car
you
show,
could, that's
whatever.
liquid, it can move
Since
anywhere.
the quarter of the site,
I
an outdoor
I'm
app,
so
is
not
that
comfortable
okay?
limiting someone's business.
And that's substantial size area.
That's a pretty good
That
size
is a
area
very
for,
big area.
it's a very big
But
area.
that's trying to give everyone a number, cause we need something.
Well, so Jeff, it's liquid though, right? So like if you wanted to move it, you could literally liquid, like, you know, you can move it around anywhere you want. It's just that total volume is what they're trying to limit.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's
We can-
fine.
We can pick a different limit,
No, that,
So
I mean,
again-
that makes sense. That's
It's a
what,
big
Same
chunk.
area,
I'm
but
trying to
somewhere
show-
else, or,
Yeah.
trying to
you
show
know.
it's like a quarter of the site.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big chunk.
so
of
if you
site.
want, if you had a big grass area and you wanna do a big craft show, you could have it behind the barns if you wanted to, yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
it.
you're saying the trigger would be if it becomes bigger than 40,000 square feet, your event, not your pumpkin stuff, your
Yeah, the
event.
event.
If your
your
event
car
is
show,
your car show, your
whatever.
craft show, your petting, little petting zoo's not an event. So,
Correct. That's part of our ag business.
yeah, regular. So,
And the other part that is limiting as part of this is the parking that's associated with outdoor events. So it has a specific formula, their designer will help them calculate that, but at what point is it inappropriate for the size and location of the parcel, this is too big, we need another public hearing? That's what we're trying to focus on, the site plan is not vetted out yet, but at
Right.
what point
I'm
do we
saying
need another
this, I
public
mean,
hearing?
I think that area is,
That's a-
With this,
that's a-
I mean,
yeah, I think that's adequate,
fine
it's
with
adequate.
that.
Yes.
Are the neighbors, Mr. Miss Mork, is that
Jump on it.
fine with you?
if their event
I mean,
becomes
it's
bigger
essentially
than
what you're
1/3
using
of
now,
their
if
property.
you have
Right.
pumpkins, everything.
More or
else,
less.
yeah.
But it's not, cause they got other stuff going on.
Yeah.
It's not gonna fit.
So,
Okay, so.
moving forward here.
So the next use specifically is your rear-round kitchen, because that is a different use than the indoor event space, though it is more or less blended from our applicant's standpoint. As he's using the same
Year-round
space to potentially do that. Again, he's not proposing outdoor space, but by right in the zoning ordinance, you can have up to 100. So, again, if you I guess what's our number? Because you're already allowed 99 as part of this indoor event space, which again, if you're having a restaurant, having a baby shower, something like that is ancillary, arguably, in a lot of those situations.
Number for what?
For the restaurant, full service.
Isn't it already 99? We can't have more than 99 people in there? So it's 100? But we don't wanna limit them?
So indoor events, which is a different use, that is proposed to happen in the exact same space
In the same
as your.
space.
So again, you could do a slash and say 99 for indoor events / restaurant, if that's our intention.
You could have
Or are you
50
thinking of
people
having
at a
different?
wedding shower and
Cause the
35 people, 40 people in
'Cause-
the
Restaurant.
restaurant.
Because the restaurant portion, to clarify, allows outdoor seating, your indoor event does not. So that's what I'm trying to clarify from a capacity compliance standpoint, is, that I wanna clarify, are you allowing a potential of 100 outdoor, cause that's not shown right now. But that is something he could do by right.
Right, he could say, well, the restaurant, you have to eat outside today because our party's too big. That's how I would do it.
So do we like, so I guess the restaurant
Big
capacity,
shower,
are we
biggest
good
picnic
at being
ever.
at a 99 again? Indoor or outdoor?
Okay, well, I have a question right off the bat. With 1641 year-round kitchens,
That's how much it does.
with seating areas and tasting rooms, the first requirement is a winery, cider mill, microbrewery, or distillery may offer food service subject to the following conditions. You know, that says 300, no more than 300 patrons at a time, up to 100 of these seats may be accessory outdoor seating. But the first requirement is a winery, cider mill, microbrewery, or
You
distillery.
have to have an on-site product, food-wise, that you are providing
Right,
to
so it's
be
caramel apples.
accessory. But he doesn't have the apples on site that he's growing.
Right. Where do you
Who's
see that,
making them
DJ, on
on
which
site?
page?
1642 of our ordinance,
Oh, yeah.
144, it says a winery, cider mill, microbrewery, or distillery may offer a food service subject to the following conditions. It doesn't say anything about a farm.
They have to use a certain amount.
Which is different than the manufactured food and beverage.
So you're on manufactured food, not year-round kitchen?
So I'm at the year-round kitchen, but I'm just clarifying again that there is other statutory requirements with the manufactured food and beverage, which is directly related to the farm as well.
So would 70 be too low?
If the fire
No.
marshal says 99.
Yeah, why, yeah, I would
Why?
say 99.
Well, if
I'm
you're
fine with what the
combining
fire
it,
marshal-
that's the only thing I can.
No, it doesn't matter what you combine though, that building can
well-
only contain, so if he's got 50 in the restaurant, then you're gonna limit a baby shower to however, because your
49.
maximum is that, yeah. Is your maximum building is only capacity for whatever.
Yeah,
So it shouldn't matter, I mean, you could have a baby shower of 3 people if the restaurant's that full, right?
right, well typically
Shouldn't
if
matter.
you're booking something, you're gonna know that you're gonna have 50 people or
Right.
30 people or however many at the event.
Right,
So that's how many, what you have remaining is
right.
what's
Well, the
allowed to go in
99's,
the restaurant.
the 99's in the building,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
So, I guess why do we have to restrict the outside? I guess it's.
Well, it's in your ordinance, you cannot have more than 100 outside. So that,
And give
so,
'em
so if that's the understanding, he can have
seats.
100
Right,
seats.
so if he's got a
Ancillary
baby
seat,
shower with
auxiliary
50
seating for a
people,
restaurant.
he can have 49 people
Not a
inside
farm market or
and
pumpkin
however
patch,
many
it's different.
outside.
So do you compound those, if he has a restaurant where people are eating lunch outside, and he has 100 seats outside,
40,000.
and then you have, the restaurant's full, the outdoor seating is full, and he's having a pumpkin patch, people are going nuts picking pumpkins, you just compound all those together, so he has 99, 100, and 200 would be allowed
But
at the
the
rest of
you-pick
the,
pumpkins don't count.
and that's what I'm asking, does that not count, like, you don't compound them then, okay. Even though he's got 181 parking spots, I guess that's what I'm getting at, if you're gonna allocate so many people to this building, you're gonna take so many parking spaces away that they'll be full. Then you have 100 people outside, that takes this many parking spots, and then you have other events. Go, like, you don't add anything together, it's all separate.
Right, and so the biggest concern again with that year-round seating that we talked about is that it's required that you have that on-site food service associated with it. It is narrowly tailored
Yeah.
purposely for Blake's.
If you just put a number, like, you have a maximum of 400 people on the property, that would trigger something, that would trigger an event that would have to go back to a public hearing, is that not adequate? It doesn't matter how those 400 are dispersed on the
Sure,
property.
you could make a motion of that notion. Yep,
Just because the building limits the occupancy, that's clear. And obviously the outdoor space, there's plenty of outdoor space to hold a craft show and other, but once you get to the point where you're at 400 people, you're gonna be very, very close to your capacity. Your parking lot is based on, I mean, however many people come to, in a vehicle, whether there's 1, 2, or 4, or however many.
Well, I was basing it based on his parking.
yep, and so again,
That's what I did. I
Yeah.
wasn't even thinking, because
I mean, I'm just
that's
saying,
what he's got, black and white.
I mean, if you had 181 parking spots filled with, 2 people per
Per.
car, is that your limit? That, hey, if you have maximum capacity of parking with 2 people per car, at that point, we should probably talk about expanding the area or something like that. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine, that's totally fine.
so yes, you could do it based on the capacity of the combination of uses not to exceed 400. There are other compliance issues again that are vetted through site plan. These are minimum requirements again. Part of how it's written, there are certain problems associated with a variety of these special land uses. So some of them it's the lot size issue, other parts it's associated with other components. So he wouldn't be able to do those based on the conditional approval because he doesn't have all those stipulations.
And that's what's hard, like with agribusiness, it involved, there could be so many different,
So I guess one of the questions I would have is, it sounds like it sounds generally, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like generally speaking, we find the collection of uses more or less appropriate on site based on the standards. The issue is we need some additional information
Yes, we're,
to help clarify, based on components of what could potentially be where. There are some different, like setback things in that nature that could be clarified. There are some different components regarding lot size, if the applicant wants to pick what way they wanna go with, if that's something they're gonna apply for a variance and things of that nature. They could go through that checklist of all the zoning compliance components associated with each of those special land uses. Would
Yeah.
having that information make it easier for us to make a
Yes.
decision, but we are in a positive direction,
Yes,
associated with
you
these.
need
We
to.
just need some of these other things cleared up before we feel comfortable moving forward.
Jeff, I've been scrambling trying to figure out by the parking spots, and it's just too vague. It's not, I can't.
Okay.
I mean,
So
Enough said.
Approve the special land use,
So
but not the.
tonight, we can, are you suggesting, or, I know you don't wanna suggest, to go ahead with the special land use and put aside the site plan?
It sounds like what we're grappling with are different compliance issues, and so what I would propose is that we get a revised special land use. The applicant can choose to what level of compliance is site plan. However, the minimum is verification with compliance with the special land use requirements of all the uses we're talking about. That's, so that's essentially your page 2 and 3. But we are not approving anything tonight. We are postponing a
Yes.
decision until we get the additional information.
That's
Again, talking about lot size, clarification on, I guess specifically what uses where, things of that nature. That sounds like where you're deliberating.
It's pretty vague.
Is he able to call you on the phone and speak with you?
Yes.
So, that's not it, he can call you at any time.
Well, not,
I mean, you know what I mean?
It's 2 AM.
No.
so one of the things as part of his, so since he filed an official site plan application, there is enough budget in there that I can talk with him for like an hour, to go over some of these different logistics, to answer some of these questions. I would say it's not common practice by the township unless, again, there's budget within the applications process to do a preliminary application meeting, but that's where we are with his application. So I would say, yes, I can do a 1-hour meeting via phone, is easier for me personally to kind of go through all these, to clarify what we're talking about.
Right.
Correct.
I don't think it's that confusing.
And that's been offered to the applicant.
Tonight has just been totally confusing with all the different things that we've brought up and this and that and 99 and 300 and so many parking and this and that, it's just like all over the place.
And
Where-
what I'm getting is Jeff just wants to be able to continue to
Right.
do what he was
Right.
doing.
But the problem
I
is
personally am not comfortable limiting
48.
how much business he can.
I feel like we're punishing them for
I'm
something
not
that's-
that's
gonna
never
say
even.
You
Yeah.
cut your customer base off at 200 people on Friday.
But that's, that is what, but that is what the zoning
Can't have any
does.
more people here, go down the
Right,
street.
yeah, and-
That's what I'm
and-
saying.
Unrealistic.
All the other businesses, what is their number? How do you guys regulate them? How many people's there? How many parking spots? This, that. How does that work at other places?
And it
And-
is based on capacity, and so it is
Well,
misleading to
typically
say
it is,
that.
Right,
No, it's not typically, it is.
right.
For health and safety, that's why, it's all about the safety
Right.
and the
I mean,
planning, to
any
make sure the
building-
infrastructure supports what you're doing, that's the
Right,
whole
I mean,
point.
if you're putting up a Taco Bell on the corner or something, and it has so many square feet, you have to have so many parking places. You're building a library, so many square feet, so many parking spaces.
Well, he's got 30 acres.
Yeah, can't
I
I
know,
park them out
so-
back?
He
Yeah,
could, I mean,
Right.
he could. be
So
in
we
front of
don't,
your
can
so
buy.
parking,
That won't
you're
work.
not, for any advanced use, it is not supposed to be on the grass, it is
Why
supposed to be
can't-
on an improved surface.
No, not necessarily, because if you, and I don't know how this all works, but if you read the GAMPs and the Right to Farm Act, you can have.
But you are not unprotected under the GAMS to
Because I'm
write,
going with the SAN.
no, not because it's SAAs, because the uses you're looking for are not protected under GAMS.
Okay.
You Pixar, there you go, but all these other uses, a restaurant, a, indoor event, those are not protected under GAMS, and so
Okay.
you are not preempted.
So the
And so
300
that's, again, that's where you can't just look at your neighbors, you have to look at what these uses
Yes.
are. We need to focus our conversation on the special land use level that's appropriate. It sounds like we need some additional information, some based on compliance with those individual uses, we're comfortable if he were to use the agro-business where he sees fit, when he wants to meet those standards, as opposed to the indoor one. We're okay with it being the agro-business event barn, which we've just processed last month, as opposed to it having to be the SSA indoor event barn. The requirements are different. But as long as the capacity component is addressed, we're comfortable with him picking either of those categories. That sounds like where we were deliberating. But
And I
we
get-
want more information to say,
Yes.
because of all these, but all of these other special land uses, or additional requirements that talk about capacity and people and counts, that's what we would like, some additional information to verify compliance. But we don't see significant changes needing to be made, maybe showing the minimum buffering to the south. Would that make people feel more comfortable with the appropriateness? But we don't see a buffer needed anywhere on otherwise. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Other
what
thing
about-
too, just so you, oh, go ahead, sorry.
no, I'm done.
Finish. And just so you know, for future reference, just because you're under GAMPs, like if you put up a structure, it still doesn't exempt you
Right.
from, okay, just so you know what's happening. Unless you know, secondly, how many spaces are on this property? Parking, is it 181? Is that
Yep.
what
I
you
just
said?
counted
It's
them.
counted. Yep.
That's what I did too.
Was
Alright.
that combined to the proposed and?
Yeah, everything.
But the proposed is just grass right now.
Yeah,
So you really can't count them according to
right.
your approved surface.
Yep, so
For
there's
year
the whole other 3 pages of my letter that are talking about zoning
Yes.
compliance issues. You can't have a gate, for overflow parking. There's a lot of different stipulations again, but the applicant could just focus on providing information regarding the requirements of those specific uses he's applying for, potentially the screening buffering to the south, but without having to have his engineer do everything that's on the compliance. I guess that's what I wanna make sure he is very clear on the direction we are giving, as opposed to if he wants everything to be addressed and then it's perfect for your next thing, but that's a lot more involvement.
But that's the site plan.
That is the full site plan,
But that's not the
correct.
special land use.
But for you guys to feel comfortable in the special land use, you want more site plan information to make a better decision. Is that accurate? That seemed to be where you were going.
What site plan information do we want specifically? Which
What-
site?
I have questions just on the, manufactured food and beverages, and it's talking about, manufacturing food, from crops that are grown, and there's,
So a lot of those again are based on the Blake's component. So again, if he has a hot dog stand and he wants to sell hot dogs out of it, just because it's labeled year-round restaurant does not mean he can have the hot dogs there, because he doesn't have the other beverage 51% coming from on-site
That's
produce.
right.
So that's why I'm saying he needs to focus on how is he answering those site restriction requirements based on those uses. Cause that's a big concern is,
and the year-round kitchen, how are we applying that when it doesn't, when it lists it's the winery, microbrewery, distillery offering a food service and tasting.
correct, it is narrowly written, and that's what the applicant needs to clarify for us,
Yeah,
because
that's-
as presented now, he would not meet that benchmark to have the kitchen component. But I think that's where the applicant needs to dig more into the requirements and have a response to those.
So, but he could go under the ancillary agribusiness where it allows, kitchen facilities 8 months of the year,
Correct, only 8 months of the year.
right,
He's one for year round.
yeah, but there's,
But the SAA
What
says it's year round.
But
yeah,
if you
if
go
you're a
that
winery, cidery,
8-month
or
thing, I
microbrewery.
can't serve the food in the building and have a card table there to sit at, because that's what got me in trouble last time, because it's a restaurant.
Right.
So that's why they told me I
That's why
had to
you
go to
added
the
that.
SAA.
So that's what I think the applicant needs to focus on, from that informational component, so then you guys can make your decision.
That's
But it seems like we are trending more or less in the affirmative for some level of collection of uses to continue the operation.
yes.
What can we approve tonight?
So I
Right
just
now,
feel
it doesn't
Portion
sound
of
like, you could approve any portion
Well,
that you
yes,
would like
but
right
what's
now.
the
But it
board
doesn't sound like
comfortable
we're ready to do any of that, unless, the only thing that we've been consistent on is that we want 99 for indoor event space under the agribusiness ancillary uses. That seems to be the only thing we directly agree upon.
I was really hoping that we could get something accomplished
Yeah,
tonight, because he has been through
I mean, we need to
3
figure out as,
different planning and zoning
yeah,
people in the office who interpret everything different, a little different, which, because of our ordinances are not black and white, he's been through, this is his second planner, and he's just been through all of this, and that's a lot,
So
and I just don't feel like
Yeah.
we gotta let the man go on with his farming and with his life, so he can continue.
and we you just said we agree collectively, kind of that the 99 number was, we agree on that.
Yep.
So the number that we
The restaurant.
haven't
Well, this
discussed
is
or
for
trying to figure
indoor
out.
event
For
space.
indoor.
Exactly, which
Yeah.
would cover the building that he's currently
And
on
my
now.
basis on that was what the fire marshal's
Exactly.
recommendation was,
So to me, that is the reason you went to the SAA, because that way you could search, so that is the reason. Like, I don't think it needs to be more clear. I think there's just a lot of mud that we're not being able to see through it because of all of the other uses. I mean, I feel like we as a township need to either figure out whether we want him to be able to be here and operate, because at some point, he's gonna have to make a business decision, say, it is not worth the amount of money that I am gonna be forced to spend and deal with and jump through hoops, and he's gonna pull the plug on it, like, we're gonna lose it, so.
I agree.
But I
agree.
can
Well, I
only
think there's
operate
improvement
based on what you have on the book now.
Yes.
And
And
so you have it very strictly written, and that's, I'm not pre to that historic critiquing of that history, but it is strictly written, different percentages for different uses, and so that's the book we have to play by, and we have to apply it equally as best we can interpret. So I'm trying to do the best I can to help navigate you guys through this process. If we feel comfortable making a decision on some of those special land use tonight, absolutely can, but that's just where we are.
Can't we make a decision based on that contingent upon further information of how he's gonna comply with the 51%?
Yep, so you could do a
So we can
contingent
do a
approval.
contingency and approve you tonight.
So 51, what's the 51%?
So as part of the year-round kitchen and manufacturing of food and beverage, it requires a certain percentage to be coming from on-site, which is not clearly articulated in the application at this time, because you don't grow apples, so that's not
51% has gotta come from on-site,
On-site.
on-site.
on that property that place
Well,
is on.
Doesn't
And
it-
that's-
I believe-
Or
I
locally
believe it
processed.
can be, like,
If
on,
it's-
if you have
If it's
leased
site,
land in
or is,
Elmont or Ray, I
does it-
believe it could
Yeah.
come from
I
there as
read it, I
well,
thought it was just
doesn't
alcohol.
it?
I thought it was just hard site.
It has to be.
Again, it goes back, are you talking about
It's all
manufacturing, or are you
site.
talking about year-round kitchen? Cause cider
Year-round
is,
kitchen is what you were asking.
he's asking for both of them.
Well, the reason why I need the other one is
Right.
because the manufacturing of caramel apples or making pies.
It doesn't let him operate all year round, only,
could-
Yeah.
But again, the
Local
problem
produce.
is that it's not grown on-site.
right, but was
But
that,
is
when
it
was
grown
that
on
written?
land
As
that
opposed to-
you
so-
In the
lease?
community.
And it
So,
takes
okay,
7 years for an
Let her
apple tree
finish.
to bear
Let her
fruit.
finish. Go ahead, finish.
So one of the things, and I don't wanna contradict what the township has counseled
Yeah.
either, but so one of the things with GAMPs that has happened is roadside stands and, farm markets are the same classification now, and happened a couple years ago. And so what it allows you to do in farm market scenarios is you can take product from multiple different local vendors, and then you can produce it, as long as it's coming from that on-site or local vendors.
I think that's
So
the
if he is
spirit.
choosing to buy local apples and make apple candy apples or apple pies or apple jam or whatever, he can do that food farmer market because he's using a local vendor, and he can do that without requiring a full restaurant. That's just how the GAMS works right now.
And that's a contingency that we can approve it
Yeah,
upon
which
at
that's what I think
51%.
should be.
But I'm
That's
saying
the
you don't
spirit of
even have to
regulation.
approve anything. He doesn't need a
Yeah,
special
it's-
land use
yeah.
because it's
not
a
a-
farmer's
We don't have to
market.
do
If it's locally sourced, he's protected. So the thing is that when you look at how you've written your specifics on manufacturing of the liquids or the restaurant, It's trying to tailor it more narrowly, so it's only these type of operations that are specific to on-site and specifically there by this operator. And that's not currently what you have in front of you.
And doesn't GAMS, like supersede us, so we can't, I can't say that Armada Township and your GAMS, you say I have to have 51%, whatever. And I'm saying, no, you have to have 75.
Well, so GAMS is 51%.
Right.
That's why that number is used so frequently in this
Right.
regulation,
But
is
I can't
because
say,
we cannot preempt what the state has, cause the
Right,
state
I-
gives us authority.
right, I
So we
can't say
can't,
you have to have 75%.
just like with Eagle, I can't contradict what Eagle says.
Right.
Unless you have more strict requirements, and there's a lot of things to go with that nuance. But that's, I guess this is where we are now.
Can we approve tonight?
I know, I want
So
him to
pumpkins
have
that he
something
grows
I
on
would
his
stop.
land can make pumpkin pies,
Yep,
correct?
Yep.
And
Or I can buy
But he
pumpkins
can't-
from his dad and make pumpkin pie.
and that would count as the 51.
Or if-
that's your
part of the
farmer's
And I can
market.
percent.
That's your farmer's market.
Can I serve that in my barn?
Yeah.
And have you sit there on a picnic table and eat it with a fork?
I've been to several farm markets, and I can plop anywhere I wanna do and sit there.
Right, so we didn't even need to
So
do
this
the
whole
SAA,
6
we didn't need to
months
do
of all
SA for
this,
anything then,
we
because
didn't
we
have
could
to
have
do
used
none
GAMS.
of it.
So part of it, again, is that there's these other, part of some of this again is that, so when you're a farmer's market, you're not hosting events. So the baby showers, things of that nature, that's not appropriate with your farm market. So you do still need that indoor event component. So that's definitely required. But there's these other manufacturing components associated, and again, it's narrowly tailored, talking about those different stipulations of manufacturing primarily of the alcohol is mentioned multiple different times. But that isn't appear to be what this applicant wants to even forecast to.
Unless I was gonna say, you're not looking to do spiked cider or anything like that.
It's not
You want
one side.
apple cider, donuts, pumpkin pie, apple pie,
It's easy to
caramel
make
apples.
it.
And you can't do that just 8 months out of the year?
What's that?
You can't do that just 8 months out of the year?
I can't serve the food inside then.
Correct, so then that the other issue with his proposed operation is that there's a timer associated with it on the temporary nature of it. So that's his other issue, with if he uses the lesser use. But again, he's applied for all of them, and so we can open that box.
Yeah, we're just punishing for something he hasn't done and doesn't plan to do.
Right.
I mean, we could literally let him operate as normal, put a 400-person maximum or 500-person maximum, and then,
Same thing with outdoor events, though, that's not permissible under your,
Right,
Right to
but-
Farm
but-
Act or your,
but the
Uh,
building
market
limits
special.
99 in the building anyway, so it doesn't matter. Correct?
so to host the baby showers, things of that nature, he needs the indoor event
Right,
license.
which is 99.
Correct.
Is for the, is
Right,
for
so
the.
we're all
event.
agreed on the
let's-
99.
So let's do that.
let's
Yeah, but
do
we
that.
didn't agree on the outdoors, which would agree on 400, 500,
500.
300, whatever,
Yep.
I don't know what the number is, but then we'd be able to move forward, and everything would be good.
500 outdoor and 100 inside. And approved
Yep.
special land use.
Well, no, I don't think, where are you gonna put all those cars? If
Where
they
you
have to
putting
be
them
on, there's currently 67 spaces in the current paved or asphalt or gravel. Is that enough cars for 199 inside?
Do people
How
drive
many-
their
how many
cars
spaces?
I haven't done the
with pumpkins?
calculation, I'm not an engineer to do the math real quick.
67?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
but
can
yes.
assume it is
Yeah,
enough for
generally
99.
speaking,
Yeah,
correct.
100%.
Could we get the gentleman out of here with, just the inside tonight?
Yep, so you, again, you could do a portion of those special land use approvals. So the clear one he would meet is the agricultural business event barn. Based on a variety of different factors, he would meet those thresholds. And so you could approve that as a special land use for the 99 for the indoor event, using the agricultural business, event barn classification, not,
Yeah.
do you want me to help just write the motion? Okay.
What section are you,
Yes, please.
that special land use
Right.
for? I'm just not seeing what you're thinking about approving.
So the agricultural business value added farming operation event barn.
Value, all right, okay.
Yep, so the, sorry, I'm gonna have to find that section at some point. Okay, so let me start over with a hypothetical motion. Let me know if I speak too quickly.
And my high school shorthand is really rusty.
Okay, so someone would be considering a motion to approve the special land use request for an agricultural business value-added farming operation for an event barn to be located at 71800 Romeo Plank Road, contingent upon receiving full site plan review approval by the Planning Commission, and not to exceed an indoor capacity for the operation over 99 people. And it's up to you, again, as, okay, motion drafting ending. On other previous event barns, we talked about number restrictions, we talked about hours of operation, we talked about pyrotechnics, we talked about there being, if there was a licensed bartender.
That got eliminated, the lawyer said we couldn't do that.
Okay.
So,
Alright, got that at the township board, alright.
I first read that
And
night.
so, those are stipulations we could put in there, that we have not specifically talked about yet, but that would be consistent with other operations.
We do hours, like ends at 11 PM, that's already our hours.
Right,
Yeah, just if we match the
That's-
Trillium.
That's when the, what's it,
Yeah.
weekends and national holidays.
Hours,
events.
Do you wanna
And-
copy the
I
exact
wanna
same
do-
conditions?
I've actually
An
got
outdoor event
that,
also.
The
We're
motion?
both.
I've got the motion that the board approved.
But
If I-
hers was.
It,
We
it's
all
in your
got that.
packets.
Yeah,
Right here, it's in our
that-
packets,
I
yeah.
wouldn't limit the,
They took, they
This is a
reduced
bigger
it.
site,
They
it is
reduced
not
it.
as,
But she did. measure
She
So-
did that anyway, but I still didn't wanna let her.
It's,
I know.
it's a different,
She-
different.
so it's a different property, you have less residential neighbors, so there are, and it's a larger site, so there are different stipulations. And so you could, you have a rationale to explain why a condition would be different.
So you're saying an event barn under the agribusiness, section 801, agribusiness?
Again, so then you're arguing then the ancillary component of it associated with it, in which, so the previous vendor, she had flowers that she was selling as part of the event venue.
So, I mean, this falls under L, similar uses, because there is not an event barn listed as A through K in the agribusiness.
Correct, so the last Trillium, we're using the exact same rationale for her.
So are you doing this under similar uses, event
That's
barn?
correct. Or, again, you could force him to go under the indoor event space, which is also allowed under SAA, but I thought there was a compliance issue with
This isn't,
sizing.
this isn't acceptable ancillary use, this is not a special land use, then, if we're going under agribusiness.
No, it was still
The
a
event hosting.
special land use. That's,
Correct.
that's how we did Trillium,
The
was
special-
under the 803,
802? Was it 802?
803 sounds familiar for some reason.
it's
It's our
801B,
Yeah, that's it.
where the heck is it? My pages are,
Yeah, that's
Screwed up.
agribusiness.
Oh no, you're missing pages.
I am missing pages, I'm missing, it goes from
But
78 to
event
83.
hosting,
And it says the following are deemed acceptable ancillary uses as part of an overall agribusiness.
But we approved it under L, I think it
L
was.
is, yeah.
L, similar
uses to
uses.
petting zoo, okay.
those are already all approved.
That's the
under-
one.
So the only special land use we were approving for him was the event hosting, exterior and interior.
Cause
That's
under
what Caitlin said.
16.39, you could do it as an indoor event, which he has the 20 acres you're required, cause he has 30. Setbacks, I think that could be clarified, there's some different screening and parking, but those are more or less probably gonna be fine. So you could do it under the indoor event, but again, you have that ancillary issue question mark. But either one of those thresholds he would more likely meet. But we need my clarification on which use is he being put in. That's what I need clarification on to verify compliance. Is he under the agribusiness event barn, or is he under this indoor event space? and which is more appropriate.
And as
And
part-
I can't answer that for you. I did not author this originally, but it seems
Can we
like
split that?
you have to pick one box or the other. You can't be both.
But
What
one
are the
area
differences
would
in
be
rules?
under one thing and another area would be under another.
I think that's more confusing.
Should just be all under
He just wants it under the agribusiness.
Yep, so under that zoning compliance
So is
checklist,
it more limiting?
to do,
Agribusiness event barn as opposed to the, event
they're,
space?
they're pretty comparable.
Doesn't,
Yeah, they're the same
So
area.
the only thing that's different again is you're talking about the ancillary agricultural purpose. So we approved Trillium because you're selling flowers as part of her event
Clear.
venue.
Okay, well, that's.
S-
fair.
And that's what
SSA.
he's selling his produce.
He's making stuff with his food.
Yeah.
But not because it's an indoor event.
We don't know that
We don't
because
know.
maybe he
Might
might
you have a
sell it
pie
as
eating
pumpkin
contest?
I mean, it's your ordinance. If you guys think that's the right way to interpret it, we'll process it, but I don't understand it, to be frank.
Okay,
we're not,
so we're not approving special land use, we're gonna be approving a, agribusiness use under our agribusiness.
Well, you can do either one. So
How do you approve
He
Trillium?
asked,
he asked for the indoor event space under SAA. He likely would meet the compliance components of that as well.
And then the, exterior event space, that's not under SAA, like having a craft show.
Yes, it is.
It is?
Yes.
Having fireworks? We said fireworks were no-no before for the antique barn, but this is an antique barn, this is a steel barn.
So that's
was-
something the
Fireworks?
planning
I thought
commission
they
put
were
as a
already.
condition.
that was because
But
of
it's
the
not,
close neighborhood that was right
But
behind
Yeah.
the.
you don't have to
Trillium
do
Farm.
that same thing for this venue. It's just,
Right.
it's not regulated at all.
Right.
So he can follow the state requirements on fireworks.
Don't you already do fireworks, or was that the other people?
that was the other people.
Yeah, that's
You're
true.
the bad. Alright, never mind.
Fireworks in our backyard, we're pretty close.
Residents
I
can
I
do
know how
it.
that works.
So on the Trillium Farm, just so
Yeah,
I can
we're
understand,
retired
the
firefighters,
flowers
so
that they're growing,
hoses are
on their
always
property?
at the ready.
they're selling those, how,
It's ancillary to the farm because the events are being supported by the agricultural on-site.
so,
They're using
and
them
is
for the
he,
wedding.
the showers that he's putting in, baby showers, if he grows wildflowers, he could use them as bouquets.
We've already set that precedence, yes, but
Right,
with the
I'm just-
indoor event space, it doesn't have that same
Seems like-
limitation.
Great
Okay.
business.
And I'm trying
To me.
to clarify the two different, like I'm just,
Might as well use it.
Yeah.
okay,
So
they're
one
close,
is
I
more
feel like,
tied to agriculture than the other, but
Yeah.
they still both need to be in an
I'm gonna
agricultural
think if
setting.
he has it, he's gonna sell it. He's a businessman,
So let's
farmer.
take the, motion that you suggested to approve the, oh my gosh, I can't read this right here. Agribusiness for value-added event barn or
You can-
operation. Contingent upon full site plan and not to exceed indoor capacity of 99 people. And events on no later than 11 PM.
And,
That's for
where-
agribusiness or the SAA?
Whatever.
Cause he
the
wants
hell
the
you want.
SAA.
He
right,
wants
the
to-
SAA, yes, that's the right one.
Then table it.
Well,
So let's
No,
do
that's-
this.
No, we're approving
He's
it.
that's-
been working so
Get more
hard.
information.
And he's
And
paying
done
out
everything
everything
by
by
himself.
That is
He
true.
always comes in, asks questions. He doesn't do something and then say, oops, I didn't know, forgive me, or whatever. He's come in every step of the way,
I know.
worked hard to do the right thing, and we've been sitting here for 3 hours tonight. And I don't wanna limit the amount of business, the amount of money he can make, the amount of ways that he can support his family and friends. That's not who I am. And this
Well,
to me is BS. He's worked so hard. We are making things extremely difficult. And I think that's wrong.
And I'm looking at the special event and hosting facilities, 1639. There's nothing here that says that his event and hosting facility has to be tied to agriculture. It doesn't say that
So there we
in
go.
this
And
ordinance.
the 99 people is what the fire marshal
Yep.
says right now, unless he makes these other changes, which
Are
if he
expensive.
will, he will. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But right now, 99 people,
Yeah.
I say let's go for it.
How
Let's get this man.
how many events, you know,
So that one does limit, I believe, how many events there were. The 3?
So now it's 1639. Special land use, which is a recommendation to the
Yes.
township board.
I don't either.
I don't
Nope,
think
so
we
it
need
doesn't
No.
to.
limit, it
It-
does
it
not
does not
limit
limit.
capacity
Yeah,
or frequency of events.
Frequency,
my
it does
motion.
limit capacity
Yeah.
to 300. But you can,
We limit it to 99 though.
yeah.
Correct,
For indoor events.
right.
right.
So for sure we can approve the indoor event restaurant thing that he's doing, that what brought him here in the first place.
Yeah,
Cause we don't have anything over the pumpkin farming or anything.
no.
But not
It's
the
all gonna
restaurant.
happen.
We're just talking about indoor event space.
Indoor event space.
So I say we
But he
don't
still
limit it.
wants to do,
But you can still do his restaurant.
Because under
Right.
the SAA, he can still.
No, he can't.
He
No,
can, he can do that under the agribusiness.
yes,
so
but he
then,
can't do them together.
well then I'll make a second motion so we can have his damn
Alright.
kitchen.
Let's make the second motion, let's write the second motion.
Alright, someone needs to support the first motion.
I'll support the first motion.
Okay,
Support.
Okay,
So restate what the first
the
motion
first
is,
motion has to be
please.
changed, cause
Okay.
we're gonna do 1639.
We're gonna do 1639 to the
It's not,
agribusiness.
it's not agribusiness.
Okay,
You're doing
sounds
the
good.
SAA indoor.
So,
Move
so
that.
now,
SAA 1639. Okay, motion to approve. Oh shit, I really can't read this. Agribusiness, special, the SAA 1639, value added event,
no, it's
Operation.
event hosting,
event
Facility.
hosting. Yeah,
No, it's not.
make my words
Look it
better,
up.
Chris.
Hosting facility.
Contingent upon full site plan and not to exceed indoor capacity of 99 people. Events end no later than 11 PM, and what was that? He can have his
The
kitchen?
border to the south,
that's
we
the
talked
second one.
about that. Do we have to put that in this
Yes,
one?
the green belt.
So he
green
already
belt's
has a
above.
minimum requirement of what that green belt is. So the minimum required green belt, is specifically.
It's already in.
So you
So we
already
don't have to add it to the
require, hold on, so it doesn't have to be in the motion if you think the minimum that is proposed is necessary. So the minimum screening required on the south property line has to be 15 feet away from the property line, and a total of 48 trees is required along the entire property line.
There's neighbors to the south.
And right now, they're
No,
only
they're
proposing
neighbors to the
12.
The north, oh.
So he would have to have 49 total trees on the
Right
south
there.
property line.
Not here.
And that doesn't include the portion that jets down. That's literally just the line, that the single family is directly touching the use.
Jeff, the previous owners own that house, you don't own it, do you?
I propose that what's on the site plan, well, that doesn't meet the green belt that we, our
Which could be
standard.
handled during site plan, so if we
Yeah,
think
so
the 48
that
trees is sufficient,
48 trees, how big is it? How many?
They're,
It's a lot of trees.
but that's your minimum requirement, you cannot modify that, the 15 trees. Correct.
Across.
Look, yeah, there was something about you don't know which kind of pine trees he's referring to.
Yeah, you need a species on
You need a species.
We have to do the species.
Blue
Whatever
spruce?
ones you're accessible to.
It's your ordinance, I just read it.
can you sell those during
49?
Christmas tree season?
But that's all outlined in the
48,
compliance.
I think.
But again, that's something that's minimum requirement, so you don't have to have that as a condition, cause it's already a set point. So it's
Okay.
just
It's already
if
a
you,
rule.
I wouldn't even
yeah.
put it in, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't even need that in the
so
motion.
you don't-
when is the site plan gonna come into play? He has to have a
So
site.
that would be contingent upon receiving full site plan
Okay,
approval,
so you've
and
got
which,
contingent upon,
again, we're just this motion is only for the special land use for the, event venue
That's the
Um,
whole reason he's here.
Mm-hmm.
and the outdoor, but,
And the outdoor.
We'll do
We'll do a
outdoor.
second
Which-
motion for the outdoor.
Okay, so we need to vote on the first motion.
Now,
Yep,
I
that's
have,
correct.
I have a question. He
This is a commission
paid
meeting.
the money for the special land use application. We got here tonight with a recommendation to the board approves it. Can he come back under that application again?
so
This-
what I would propose is that if you're proposing a partial application review of his special land use, is that, one, we would approve what we feel comfortable approving tonight, and then we would get a revised site plan, one, that would likely address all of those concerns. The applicant can choose to see proceed with all the other basket of special land uses, or do we take action on denying those, or he withdraws those, in which we're just not considering them anymore. But I'm not changing my analysis, because I've already done it with the special land, so I don't see any issue if next month, again, we approve the two components, he revises his site plan, he thinks about, does he wanna include all these other uses as part of his special land use? And we've already done our procedural components, we don't have to hold another public hearing. But you would not want that to linger on more than a month or two, because that's procedurally not best practice.
We need a vote to continue. It's 10 o'clock.
I motion, to
We can-
continue
Yeah.
to
At least get one.
at least
everything
get
from-
this policy closed,
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay,
this land use closed.
So we got
Yeah.
Maureen and
Maureen
Steve.
and.
That was-
Motion to extend the
That was
meeting
Joe,
past 10
Joe
o'clock.
Pucci?
No, the other
Yes.
Joe.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, it was Steve? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, okay.
Okay, so the motion was on the table. Maureen
Okay, so
seconded it.
you're making the motion, Sarah, and then
Yeah.
Maureen,
Oh, yeah,
okay.
the motion. You're reading the motion.
Again?
Well, could you go over the conditions one more time?
I think everyone understands the motion, just the conditions.
Indoor capacity of 99 people, not to exceed, sorry, indoor. The 48 trees are already there, so that doesn't matter.
Yep.
Events end no later than 11 PM.
It's already there.
And receive full site plan review.
And, yeah, up contingent on full
Contingent
site.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Those are
Let's
the
get
three.
this man out of here and
Okay.
barefoot. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
So the motion was to approve an event
Agribusiness.
hosting facility under 16.39,
Yes.
which is a special land
Contingent
use.
upon full site plan,
So it's,
not to exceed indoor capacity of 99 people. And events end no later than 11 PM.
so your motion is to recommend to the township board the special land use,
Yes.
16.39 event hosting facility, okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do you have the motion, Chris? Do you have everything on there?
I have the gist of it. I can type it up from the,
Recording.
One thing I
Caitlin?
forgot to add to that motion was because it meets all standards in section 1601. Apologize.
Section 1501, which is
1601.
1601?
Yep, so the standards 1 through 8 that we talked about earlier in the meeting.
So that's a special land use, okay.
You
Yep.
did,
Okay.
you did, it did do that in your analysis,
So need a second?
you said that.
It was
We've got a
seconded.
second,
And now let's
so
vote
we're
on it.
just discussion now. Standards
I
of
think we've done
1601.
already.
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
So what is the second stage of the motion that we discussed? Is that the
Well,
outdoor?
we can't do a
That's-
second
no, this
stage.
is just-
We have to
vote on
vote
this.
on one at a
Oh,
time.
sorry. Yeah.
That's all right.
This is just for the motion to approve,
The indoor.
to recommend to the township board, special land use for under section 16.39 event hosting facility with a capacity of 99, no later than 11 PM, contingent upon receiving a full site plan, and because it meets all the standards of 1601. Did I cover it?
Mhm. That covered it all.
Okay. Is everybody, any other discussion on the motion?
Do we need to add with, complying to the fire marshal's, door
Nope.
fix?
No, because
No.
that's already in there and
He's,
reminding people.
he'll be
says-
regulated by the fire marshal on that, so.
That's out of our scope of
All right.
authority.
Yeah.
Now
Okay.
we're just recommending this to the board, that's all we can do.
It's
That's
just
our
a
only
special land
authority
use, it's a
scope.
special land use. Okay, any other discussion on the motion?
That much power.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
No.
Nay carried, Jabbar.
or no?
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay, what other action would the commission like to take?
Did you wanna approve outdoor event also,
1640.
1640? That, cause that's what he's requesting in a special land use all at once. So by approving them contingent upon the site plan, we're approving something.
So
I
what is
just
that?
feel there's so much information missing, that's why I'm
There's
voting no.
too much information missing? Okay.
But if you have
Well,
a
that was,
motion,
that
that
one
was a
does-
formal
Outdoor
motion,
event.
so does it have a second?
I second it.
Okay, and now you can discuss it.
okay,
I
I'm sorry, Maureen, your motion was,
please.
To approve, outdoor events.
Special land use for under 16.
1640.
And that's, for clarification, it's based on the blueprint of the previous motion, based on the location at 71800 Romeo Plank Road, and it meets all the special land use standards of 1601.
Okay, and I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Did.
Joe Cucci, okay. Discussion on the motion. So the motion is to recommend the township board special land use under section 1640 special outdoor events. Are there any conditions or just
On the
Site plan
trail-
approval was the condition.
contingent upon a full site plan approval? Okay.
In
Okay.
alignment with the agribusiness, but you can do anything that's IA, so,
Okay, and Steve?
On
Not
the
for
Trillium
outdoor.
not for events.
special
okay.
land use that we approved to the board, or recommended to the board, their current parking situation, was that adequate for that barn event? I don't remember.
Yes.
There
that-
were multiple different phases of the parking lot, and that was a site plan concern, yes, if they put all 4 parking lots, yeah, you're gonna have enough parking. If it was only 1, then no. If there was 1, 2, sure. If it was 4, 3, yeah. So that was a site plan component, because overall, there is enough parking to accommodate on site that use, just a matter of logistics.
And we're still waiting on their site plan.
That's correct.
So
Any other discussion?
Outdoor event proposal that's currently on the table, we wanna limit it to number of people, because there's other things going on at the same time for the parking concern. We're gonna limit an outdoor event to 200 people at your outdoor event
Or area.
or
Or
area.
I'd
Well,
say, we already had
I-
determined that
I-
area.
We have a
I like the
proposed
area
plan,
one,
so
but-
we're approving this proposed
So that
parking.
isn't clearly indicated on the plan, that's just based on our discussion.
Okay.
So the discussion we had is that if you would like to amend your motion to add an additional condition that the outdoor event space shall not exceed 40,000, that would be what
Yeah,
has
that-
been
that's
discussed.
how I would
Let's add
propose
that.
it.
Well, let me point out that it would also be conditional upon receiving a variance for the 50 acres
Minimum,
minimum size.
Yeah, you're hurting.
that's the other problem.
Well, we're proposing that 2 separate special land uses, the indoor event is one, and this is the outdoor event, so we're proposing both of these to the board, who actually has to approve it.
But they,
And it's a compliance issue for the variance. We don't have the authority to flex that number.
Okay. And that's under our purview.
You can again,
We could
based on
recommend it as a
compliance.
special
Yep,
land use,
and as-
because we can't just approve it right now.
Right.
But we have to be a special land use to the board because it's 30 and not 50.
Well, either
So-
way, you have to go to the board for a special land use, but the applicant procedurally has to go to the ZBA for a variance because they do not meet the minimum lot size
We have to
requirements.
also go to the ZBA?
it's
Yes,
50 acre minimum.
we chose not to change that number 2 meetings ago.
I'm still not understanding the special event or the regular event. If you're gonna limit me to the people, I guess I really don't even need the special outdoor event. I mean,
But the outdoor
It's in
event allows you
addition
to do the trunk or treat,
so that's a special outdoor event?
yes.
It's in addition to your agribusiness stuff.
I can't just have an outdoor event? That's just, okay, so I guess
But now,
I need 50 acres to do a trunk or treat in the front parking lot. Okay.
Or a car show.
Or car show, or tractor show, or.
How written, yes.
Why aren't we just doing that under L? Similar events,
So,
under agribusiness.
so it goes back to, is the proposed event ancillary then to the agribusiness?
I mean,
It's
I
not
would-
manufacturing candy on site, is a
No,
trunk
but
or treat.
I would say it adds to them, if they're going to a trunk or treat, they're gonna buy pumpkins, they're gonna buy caramel apples, they're gonna shop from, I
If you
would
feel
add.
that's a proper interpretation, you have that
Community
prerogative to go that way. The review letter doesn't do that, but as part of site plan review, we can go and do that. Other than the agro, business requirements are in there, so that's as a baseline to help.
I don't see the trunk or treat being like a special outdoor event. I mean, if this, to go and get to get a 20 acre variance to do special outdoor events is gonna be the harder road to go, I would think.
Correct.
I think that, I mean, the agribusiness, worked for a very long time for a much larger facility before we wrote the SAA. And I think that, it should be geared this way, and it's just confusing to, try and apply, especially some of this, it's written specifically, very specifically for, you know, micro process, you know, brewing and to try and apply it to a smaller thing, it's not fitting. Some are close, but it's,
Yeah, I don't
the
know.
way it's
I don't think
written,
it
it's
should be
very
classified.
specific,
Yeah,
you
it shouldn't
know?
be classified as a special event, being that it's what it is.
so, that's.
What
it's
is it, what does that
Car
fall
show
under
is
then,
not a special
better?
event?
What is
Under
it?
the acceptable ancillary uses, where we have our cider mills, bakeries, play areas, petting zoos, small-scale entertainment, gift shops, fun houses, kitchen facilities, 8 months, indoor storage facilities, processing of farm products, and then the L, accessory or similar uses to the ones listed above as approved by the planning commission. And then we determined that the use is, you know, it's similar to some of the, you know, it's much more leeway than the SAA, special land use.
I agree with that.
And because of how the notice is written, we have the flexibility to do that.
Because that's how they apply.
No, that's not how they apply,
Could
but
you
that is how
express
we
your
wrote the
concern?
notice.
Oh, the public council.
Yep.
Why you think we would
Okay.
be hurting him by passing this?
I feel you should do it for the SAA.
So then you don't have to pay for another public hearing.
We don't need another
You
public
don't
hearing.
need
We
one.
don't need one.
For the SAA.
No,
No, he's already,
it's already
It's
been
already in.
posted.
Yeah.
Give them more lenience, or leeway.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve the special land use, or recommend to the township board special land use under 1640.
That's my
Special
opinion.
outdoor events contingent upon a full site plan and, variance, for the 50-acre minimum,
Mm-hmm.
obtaining a variance for the
It's just-
50-acre minimum.
Cause he wants to do car shows, craft shows, candy, trunk or treat.
Trunk or treats.
Yeah, I think we should find a way through the agribusiness rather than the SA, but
so the,
There-
the motion giver
Where?
can amend their motion to have it be under the agribusiness 801B. And then the seconder would have to agree with that amendment to the motion, then you can proceed with the
or
vote.
we could vote on this and kill it.
You could also do that, or
Yeah.
just amend it to just reference which use, one way or the other, cause you still like all of the conditions, other than you wouldn't need the variance.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Well,
That
Would it make
sounds
it,
good.
would it make it easier on, if he's gonna get the same thing and not have to have a variance and go through the trouble of getting a variance? Is it easier to go that direction then?
Yeah.
As
So let's-
long as you're
yeah.
okay with the implementation of,
Mm-hmm,
that is considered ancillary.
right,
So anyone else can walk in and say, I have a farmer's market, I wanna do a car show.
yep.
Okay,
And trunk or treat,
Yep.
a car show, and
and we're still
Tractor
not we're limiting the area still to the 40,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I'm
right.
sorry, can you repeat that? I
So you're okay with anybody walking in with a farmer's market to say, well, I wanna do a car show?
I'm not okay with anybody doing it. I'm okay with just doing
Well, that's what you're opening
what
So,
the
I'm
doors.
so you can talk about the appropriateness of, because of the context of the site, but I want you guys to be very understanding of the precedents you are setting, cause I'm gonna
Yeah.
follow it.
Mm-hmm.
I
okay.
mean, it's,
Okay, so to put this in perspective,
sorry.
if somebody has 10 acres,
Mm-hmm. 5,
then that would allow them the same,
the same.
same
the
leniency.
same
Yes.
leniency to
Mo-
have the
most,
car show. and
most of our
have-
agribusiness are minimum 20 acres.
So
That's
Right.
under the, but not the special land use. If you do it under
Agribusiness is that minimum.
agribusiness.
Right.
Okay.
And there is
That
different
changes it.
factors, again,
Okay, so
special
Right.
land
I have
uses are on a
20
case to
acres now,
case
I can
basis,
have a-
you can
You're
look at,
still setting precedent.
Right.
You are still setting a
Agribusiness.
precedent, so if there's minimal
don't-
residential, you're
I do
putting
have
yourself in,
Yeah.
just understand
But
it.
everyone is situational. If there was a subdivision on both sides of them, it would be a completely different story as far as our decision goes.
Correct, you could,
Yes.
you could argue,
You could argue it, no, it wouldn't, because you're allowing that. Well, neither, I'm sorry. I didn't
Each
mean
one
to-
is situational,
So,
that's what I'm
but
saying. If there was neighborhoods surrounding it,
So
then
this
you would,
is where we're
you're gonna.
entering into gray area.
I know that.
Okay, well,
That's, just pointing that out, if we're
I know you-
comfortable with it,
I didn't mean that in a
we
bad
can
way.
leave it that way, but.
well, it says here that under L, the commission determines that the type of use is not similar to the above stated ancillary use, or that it impacts from the use may be of more intense nature. The planning commission may consider the use as a special land, where was it? A special land use.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. Here we go. Special land use approval, and if approved, may place additional conditions on the use to ensure that the health, safety, and general welfare of the township are protected. So this can be a special land use under the agribusiness, which,
Why do you wanna go through that?
you know, it can, then as a special land use, you can do conditions and recommend it to the township board.
We can do a special land use under
Under agribusiness,
agribusiness, not under the first one.
right.
So are you formally amending your motion to reference 801B?
What's the advantage of doing that? We're still recommending it to the
You
board.
just-
So you don't have to do a
especially
minimum lot size requirement,
50
it's the
acres.
level of requirements that are associated
Because
with it.
this is an associated farming business operation. That's why it fits, like just
If you would like to make that determination,
don't qualify for this.
that's what you could
Because I'm
determine.
not a
Cause you're not a
farmer.
farmer, so this is more
Well, I
what we
grow
want.
tomatoes. So why couldn't that be, you know, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, why, you know,
It's gray area.
Right.
yeah.
I'm-
I have
For the
tomato
20
plants, I
acres
have
as
lettuce or
opposed to
whatever.
the,
Do you have to, so to be a farm market, you have to have a commercial,
Commercial
component.
license,
Yeah,
okay.
so if I just grow tomatoes and I have it for my own personal province, you're a
Then
hobby
that's
farm,
fine,
you are
right.
not under GAMS. If I'm doing it for commercial purposes, now you are under GAMS, you are a bona fide farm.
Could
There's
you
other
bump it to an
components
acre, so one
associated with your assessing classification, blah, 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 but
But you could have a farm down the road that has 10, 15 acres and
borrow
wants to
for,
do it too.
you could do, yeah.
Yeah, they do it for a
Okay.
promotion, what's wrong with that?
so that's
It's a little
a,
car
I know, I'm
shop,
just,
right? I
I'm
mean,
just
yeah.
putting it out
Okay,
there,
so-
that's what I
under
think what
this,
she's
like you
referring
said.
to.
Okay, so Maureen,
There could be
you
another
wanna
farm.
I would like to
amend your
the
motion
Yeah.
to do it as a special land use under 8.01, B, which is agribusiness,
2L.
business L.
801B
Not
2L.
Yep.
Okay.
So you can't just have 20 acres, you have to be a farm to get this. We're setting the
And
precedent.
so this is
Okay.
going to be for outdoor events. Okay, L, some of outdoor events.
Do we specify the outdoor events?
No.
You can,
We can.
Okay,
Really?
you could say that
Okay,
you're only
so-
allowed to do
Car
80 years,
show,
Oh,
or,
the
I
quantity,
wouldn't,
not
I
the
wouldn't list
actual event.
individual types, you
Okay.
can, but I think that's too narrowing, if you wanna do a frequency, that is more common.
And Blake's is limited to seven special events a year.
right. Okay, so Maureen would like to modify the motion to make it a recommendation to the township board for special land use under 801B agribusiness L, outdoor events, was contingent upon a full site plan. I don't need- And what was it, were there any other
The 40,000 square
Yeah,
foot.
40,000 square
road.
foot event space.
40,000 square feet area?
Is that a maximum?
Correct.
For his outdoor event, yes, but
40,000
it
square
moves
feet?
around. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
40,000 square feet.
I have a quick
Right
question.
here, it can
can
be
move.
10.
Wait until their motion.
Okay, and then, Joe, are you
Yeah,
amending?
yeah.
Okay, all right. So
Are we
so
limiting-
Are we limiting the number?
Okay, so we have a
Nope.
motion, and
I'm
now we're
not,
just
someone
discussion.
can if they wanna
Okay,
add it.
Sorry, you have a question, Bob?
I just, the, under 801, is that a special land use?
It is under L.
Under
The-
L.
The
Okay.
planning commission may consider it as a special land use.
Okay.
Under L,
If-
all the way in the bottom.
That's,
Got it, I got it.
that's where we are able to look at things that aren't specifically listed, which this is not,
Similar.
and see if there's certain conditions that need to be attached to protect the residents. So that's where we're going with that one. So it will be a special land use, just like the one above it. So there'll be, the township board will be looking at both of them as special land uses. Okay, any other discussion on the motion?
Joe Cucci.
Yep.
Okay, so right now I have Maureen, seconded by Joe, for recommend to the township board a special land use under 801B agribusiness, part L,
It's 2L,
part
2L.
2L, oh, 2L, okay, thank you. 2L, and it is for outdoor events. Contingent upon receiving the full site plan, maximum 40,000 square foot area. Those are only two conditions I have on there so far. Oh, then the number of events.
Well, the whole
Was-
ancillary uses of a agribusiness, that makes, you have to be an agribusiness first, so that's like a built-in condition.
Right,
Right,
but,
how
Do
we
you wanna
define it.
limit the
But-
number of events a year?
I don't
Yes.
I
think so,
don't.
cause they're gonna be considerably smaller. The
Yeah.
reason Blake's is limited to 7 because they're SAA
They're
and
big
they're big
events.
events.
They're
I don't think we need to
100
limit the events
Yeah.
that Jeff will be
outdoors,
having.
40.
everyone, any other discussion on the motion? Comfortable with the
Okay.
conditions?
Yes, I just wanna clarify for my own well-being. The first motion we passed about the indoor, that's set. Now, will the second one cover him for the pumpkin picking?
That's,
That's
he's,
separate anyway.
He's already set for
Separate?
that. He's
Okay,
already a
set.
farm market.
Just
All
have
right,
an
all right.
event.
And we're not doing any hours of operation. We did on the other use.
For outdoor events, do you need hours of operation?
If you wanna
We
limit
feel
it,
we need hours of operation on the outdoor events.
Could we just match what we, I mean,
No later than
No
11,
later
that's what
than
we did on
11?
the other.
yeah, no, I mean, that would make
I
sense.
don't think it's covered in here, it's not.
And that way it's consistent.
Special land use did.
correct, cause that was a wedding barn.
Yeah, I think we should just stay consistent with it.
I'm fine with that.
You wanna, okay, so you wanna limit, cause, an outdoor event could go late into the night if.
Right,
we
I would
have
limit it
a-
to 11
Boy
o'clock,
Scout
same.
sleepover camp to watch the
So,
stars and
limit to,
Hey, does that count?
Yeah, does
to-
a boy?
Yes.
I mean, stupid question, we're already here forever, but a Boy Scout camp out in the parking lot to watch the stars.
That's your special event
And
to
do, I
watch
mean,
a
what if that,
special
then you
meteorite.
can't end that at 11 o'clock.
But there's still the noise.
I was gonna,
Well,
I was
the only
just
reason
gonna
you're
say,
limiting it is
and you
because-
don't have any
Right,
outdoor
anyway.
lighting.
We're not,
all
it's not
better to
shown on
see
the
the
plan,
stars.
but I'm
He
presuming.
doesn't have it,
That's why the Boy Scouts are there, we wanna see the stars.
just on the front of the building.
Correct, from the building mounted, yeah, that's what
Okay,
it's
are we,
on.
are,
not
did we add no later than 11 PM?
Yeah, just to keep it
Okay.
consistent.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion?
You wanna reread that?
Okay, I've got a motion from Maureen, second by Cucci, to recommend to the township board a special land use under section 8.01B agribusiness 2, section L, for outdoor events, a contingent on receiving is it a full site plan or a or
Approved site plan.
a approved, not full, so
I've
approved,
got,
approved
on
site
site
plan.
plan approval.
The contingent approves the maximum of 40,000 square foot area, events no later than 11 PM. Everybody clear on that motion? Okay, you got it, Chris?
I've got it.
Maureen?
Clear on the motion.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
No.
All right, so both motions carried. You got Joe and
Joe,
myself. Joe and myself.
Yep.
we're,
Join TJ,
No.
no.
Nay,
Okay.
right, so motion carries.
okay.
So these go to the township board. Any other action on Miller Farm?
Are we staying on the other request, of the special land use, there's two more.
What are the two more?
The year-round
Manufacturing.
kitchen and the
I was with you, you wanted to
manufacturing.
table them all, so.
Manufacturing
I
food
did.
and beverage and the year-round kitchen, but again, those have threshold based on on-site so much of the farming operation, or you can just
They already
postpone
can do
action.
some of that.
I would recommend
then-
we postpone action for more information.
I just realized that last motion did not say because it met any use, of any,
No, cause she
Standards.
was supposed to copy it, so we should have,
So it met the standards
of 1601.
it didn't, we didn't use 16, we used,
well, but,
That was
but
the-
1601 is
The standard.
is the standards.
okay,
For special,
So-
for
okay.
special land use. Just
So
all
that
one,
should be in that motion?
Yep, cause we copied the original one and I said the property address.
We just modified it to be under a different section.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, the rest of the action on,
The other two
Miller,
things, you on the table?
Postpone.
postpone.
Until,
Do we have-
until July, but
Somebody
be
wanna do
ready to
that?
I'll make
have.
Do we have a motion
if
to
you need-
postpone the
Postpone
the
the-
remaining for more
For-
information?
Yes,
That's your motion, Joe?
Proposed
Please.
uses.
Okay, and we have a second?
I'll second that.
So which ones are postponed, I wanna make sure.
So to be clear, we would be postponing, where's the application?
The indoor kitchen.
Nope,
No.
so the manufacturing of food and beverage and year-round kitchen.
Okay,
You're right.
so manufacturing,
You can do those anyway already under the agri
food,
stuff.
and year-round kitchen.
At the kitchen, all right.
At the kitchen.
You have a year-round event hosting facility. Does that count in the year-round event hosting facility? He can make his food there, right? He
No.
can't make his food in there.
And the kitchen is what he really wanted.
For the
Yeah,
kitchen.
that's the only reason why I was here for the kitchen.
Can we get a variance on the 8 months?
You can,
Ask
you
for
have
a
the right
variance
to
on
apply.
that?
Yep,
8 months is a given.
Right, but get a variance,
He's-
wow.
So-
He's already operating under agribusiness kitchen facilities.
Oh, the agribusiness
8
kitchen
months.
facilities is what
but
you're
that's
using.
because of product that's
For 8
generated on-site or local, so hot dogs.
Right, so he's got a kitchen facility that he can use, and he's got,
51% has to be
Event
on-site or
hosting.
local produced.
Where'd the 51%
it
come
doesn't,
from?
it does not say that on kitchen facilities.
No, comes from our page.
That's what you're looking for, Jeff.
I know, that's the main thing he was here for,
Right.
is the kitchen.
I don't think we should table it, I think we need to.
I think we need to push
we
forward.
already made the
Push through that.
motion, stick around, we need to get it.
Alright, we
Okay,
didn't approve
I
that
mean,
motion.
his season's coming up.
I know, and this is the main thing he was here for.
Okay. You're gonna handle this
all
motion,
right,
Beth?
So there's a motion on the table.
there's a
You
motion
wanna
table.
vote on the motion on the table?
Motion on the table is to postpone
yeah, they
the manufacturing of food and year-round kitchen. Discussion on the motion?
There's no second on it though.
Yeah, we got Steve.
Oh, Steve seconded? Oh,
Bill
okay.
made it, Steve seconded.
Okay, discussion on the motion? So you're,
And that's
okay,
not saying no, it's just saying we can make that decision next month.
yeah.
But he's gonna lose.
His business is now.
Right.
Right,
But we're lacking information.
but he
Information.
can still operate, and we're not stopping him from operating. He's got the agribusiness.
Yeah,
On those two issues, what kind of information are we waiting for?
I guess that's what I was waiting to know what
Okay,
we're
well-
waiting for.
So there's compliance issues associated with the manufacturing of food and beverage and year-round kitchen. So that's under this, zoning compliance checklist, those specific standards. And so how do they meet all of those zoning specific standards? That's the concern.
Zoning specific for, well, let's look at the year-round kitchen. What are where are the hangups?
Okay.
So I believe that's page 3 of that packet.
That's the thicker one?
We have 6.
Here, let me help.
Which one, this one?
Yep, so it starts on page 3, so the
Oh.
manufacturing of food, so, lot size, he's fine. Lot coverage, I think it's a clarification, but it doesn't exceed, he
Okay,
exceeds the
let's get on the
2%.
right page here. So you're on page
3 of 6.
Yeah, page 3 of 6 at the
Special
bottom.
manufactured
Yeah,
food. Now you're going, that's manufacturer of food and beverage.
Correct.
Oh,
Oh,
Is
and
that-
year-round kitchens, okay, just below,
Yep,
I'm
and
sorry.
that's just next.
Okay.
But those are the two that he requested, and so we're just going in sequence. And then you have, the setback component, and then you have specific uses that, where they're located. The year-round kitchen's next, again, talking about, it doesn't appear they're accommodating 300 people, but that's the stipulation. Hours of operation, minimum lot size 20, they're meeting the 30, you have the setbacks, the parking, the screening, and other requirements, other than, again, as you describe the use, it is for the manufacturing of food and beverage. When you read the description of that use, he doesn't meet the use.
But that's the only one, but he does meet the minimum acres.
Yep.
And he's not planning on making any beverages at this time, cause he has a cider press, but he doesn't have the apple trees yet, but at some point he's going to. So he,
So he can't operate with it because he doesn't have it.
But what did we talk about earlier where he could buy from
Well, you
other,
can buy local.
So again, as part of a farmer's market, he can have, again, you can grab from local vendors, as long as that's, cause again, they merged the terms together. And as long as the majority of the produce, which is 51%, are either on-site or from that specific vendor are local, you can process that.
well, there you go.
yeah, I mean, so I would say he would qualify
Yeah.
for that.
But again, that's not selling hot dogs unless he's getting local.
So if I go lease 20 acres of apple trees, then I can,
Wait,
Mm-hmm. Well, you wouldn't even have to, because you could just buy from the farmer. You could just buy them from
my
Blake's,
dad
you
owns
could
a
buy them
30
from,
acre apple farm.
buy them from your dad.
there's a proposed
There you
site
go.
or minimum
You're
setback
good.
requirement.
So one of his things he would like to see is to be able to sell hot dogs or, you know, that type of food, and so what,
The year-round kitchen doesn't say
Yeah,
anything
what-
about
So you have to go to
having
your
to
zoning
throw in the
ordinance, and when
cow
it
and
talks
making the
about
burgers.
those
Zero
specific
livestock.
things,
Here,
So the year-round
I got
kitchen is
beef.
located in the steel
My own
barn.
acre.
this is under the man.
Well, there you go, bingo bango.
So is this kitchen located in the steel barn?
That's
So
just
we
the
have
25.
I don't know. Is the kitchen in the
It's closer
steel
to-
barn that we approved for the 100 people or no?
here, so that's, so the
Yeah.
year-round kitchen
You
is
still gotta meet
the
the
rock section.
occupancy with the staff, right?
Yeah.
Cause that's a fire
see
marshal.
that you have to have
Yeah.
these
That's
uses
99
there,
people
may
All
offer,
regardless.
together, and that's a fire marshal.
so it's accessory, it's not just, you can have whatever.
Okay.
Oh, so it was mentioned much earlier in the meeting, so year-round kitchen, A, says a winery, cider mill, microbrewery, or distillery may offer food service subject to the following. He's not proposing any of those uses, so he can't have the year-round kitchen.
What?
Then I'll put my
That doesn't
cider
make
press in there and I'll make cider.
That is what you have written.
Under 16 point,
Under,
1642.
Yes,
It
that's
is
all
so
specific
narrowly,
for-
it is so narrowly written, that is what you have.
Well, that's not the spirit of the
It was,
legislation.
this was
Yeah, but you
designed
gotta
to
stick
offer,
with
Because
what
it
it
was
says,
designed for
Lauren.
particular
service.
people.
So you're a planning commission, you can make action, so if you would like to make action to recommend it to the township board to still permiss it under that with a different that is your prerogative, but
that's my prerogative.
that is what it,
Because
that
we
is
can
what it
make that
says.
Alcohol later, but that's other authoritative bodies that I don't have control over.
Yeah.
What-
That's all the
I
scope.
say, my opinion, just mine, we move this forward, or we take a vote
that's
to
just for
move
retail
it
sales.
forward to the township board for their final
food
approval or,
associated.
refusal, whatever.
So it can't exceed the
But-
dimensional components, which
I
is.
know,
well, the last part of that section, 1642, says, other requirements, retail sales and food service associated with a year-round kitchen, if permitted by law, must be clearly accessory to production of the beverage being processed.
That statement there,
Yes,
that statement there is what we're hanging it up on?
No, the first
That's
statement
two
says a
statements.
winery,
Two
cider
statements
mill,
saying we have to
microbrewery,
be-
distillery.
Serving alcohol to have a year-round kitchen.
it has to be associated with the beverage. When you drafted these amendments, you wrote it so narrowly to a specific operation.
So I guess my
Sounds
question,
like
shame on
a
whatever
favoritism
commission
there.
did that.
Of, only people that can make,
well,
beverages
it
are
sounds like a
other
really good way to
kitchens.
keep competition out.
Right.
sounds like a lawsuit.
But
It's-
I also know that if he was sent here by the township saying that this is what he needs in order to accomplish what he's accomplished, how can we go back on it now?
Right.
I mean, he was literally told this is what he needs.
But you
I
can't
know.
approve things in error, so it's brought to your attention, that's what's read. So
Right.
the planning commission
It
can
needs
still
to-
you can still make an action If you would like to have it proceed to the township board for their ultimate blessing, you have the authority to still move it forward and recommend it. You can also, after that motion, initiate a text amendment to change it. And fix that misinterpretation or spirit that you are alluding to.
That only people that make a beverage are allowed to have kitchens in the township.
That's what it reads, that's how it
That
reads.
doesn't seem like
For more than 8 months out of the year.
someone
Yeah.
made one for the year.
So, yeah,
So how can we approve this if it's clearly contrary to the ordinance?
alcohol, and according to that, it has to be an alcoholic
So,
beverage.
how do we just change the
You
ordinance?
can have lemon
How long
trees
is
and
it
make
gonna
lemonade up the yin yang, but he can't sell it.
We can make
Well,
sure
it
that
does
we're
say
not
cider
done.
mill, it does
what
say
about a-
cider
I know
mill.
that's true,
I've made
okay.
that mistake.
So he can grow apples, but he can't press them.
What about cider press?
Yeah, where the press is
It's a mill.
I think as far as
A mill
Oh,
is
I
a
know,
press.
but this, that,
so I think
that
as
thing
a,
says alcohol. You can't just
no,
make
it says
cider.
beverage.
You can make
it's
cider, it says
cider.
cider.
It's a cider
Yeah,
mill.
not- it doesn't
Well,
have the
technically
alcohol
cider
part.
Oh,
Cider
okay,
mill.
well, I
So
thought I read
it's
alcohol.
a beverage, the
it's-
method of
Cider's
processing
stuck in there,
isn't
but
the
it says it.
problem.
Yep.
It's that you have a product.
It's written very
It says
specific.
unclear
It
alcohol.
is.
If we have an ordinance that is written that we need a correction on, he should be punished for it, is what
Well,
I'm getting at.
I don't see how we can approve something that's clearly against the ordinance. It's not,
If the ordinance is wrong, we need to change the
it's
ordinance.
not wrong, it was written for the specific,
For
Yeah.
specific
And that's
people.
very narrow,
That's narrow.
Well,
and we're
that's-
trying
that's
to,
an
you're trying to,
Sounds like a future.
For later.
So the other thing the applicant could do is apply for a variance, but again,
That's right.
so you can proceed it, you can't approve something based on other compliance issues, which I would just bring up again during site plan review, to be honest. And so that's where I mentioned if this isn't the intent we want to live under, you would then make a motion to initiate a text amendment to that section to modify it.
So
You
we have
could
to
do
make a
that.
motion first or after?
So,
Or not in the
is
same
there a motion
meeting.
on the table?
okay.
There is still a motion on the table
There's a
to
motion on the
postpone the
table.
year-round
To
kitchen.
to postpone manufacture of food in year-round
yeah.
kitchens.
So again, so
And
you
you-
could do it, it's still a
Nope.
compliance issue, I can't change that, and it will come up again during site plan review. But you could proceed with the special land use, again, contingent upon that. You send it to the township board. Based on my understanding of the direction, you could do a public hearing in July, just removing that language, if that's what your direction is to me. And we just, then he's ready to go.
Your own kitchen if you're an apple. That's what it currently says. It makes cider.
Correct, so you, I mean, but again, the whole point of having it in your ag or SAA is that you're not wanting a bunch of restaurants to suddenly appear, it wants to be still ancillary to an operation. So you would, what you could do to broaden it is you would change it to that language, you would not have it based on a beverage.
I mean, like you said, he could make his own hamburgers, right? He could have his beef, he could have pork, I mean, well, not, he's gonna have, right, you have your livestock that you
Local
could,
beef. yeah.
Agribusiness, but.
yeah, it's local beef or whatever, you know.
You make, grow tomatoes and make spaghetti sauce. Have a restaurant.
Okay, well, we have motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? It's a motion to postpone the manufacture of food processing and the year-round kitchen. All
To
right,
postpone it for,
The next one.
for more, postpone for more information. I mean, these gotta
that's
bring.
right.
What's the
Okay,
information?
all in
We took
favor say
direction.
aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and
No.
Yeah, no,
Opposed?
yeah, I'm
Okay.
opposed. What is gonna
Wait,
change?
Okay, wait,
wait
let
for
me
the
get-
vote to
let me get
finish,
the-
so
let me
there's
get the
two
vote.
no's, I don't believe you two voted,
I voted no.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
can I do a roll call just?
Yeah, do a
to-
roll call.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Chris.
Beth,
No.
Joe, Jabara,
to postpone.
to postpone?
Yes, you wanna
To
postpone?
postpone, yes, yes.
Okay,
Oh, come on.
Joe Cucci,
No,
Steve,
Yes.
DJ,
Yes.
Maureen,
No.
and Sarah.
No.
We have
Okay.
4 no's, 3 yeses.
So
Motion
the
failed,
motion
correct.
failed. All right, so I'm sorry, let me get Maureen, Sarah.
And I'm sorry, it's late for everybody, but
Joe.
you have worked your.
Who was the
rear
fourth
end
no?
off to do the
Beth?
right thing.
Beth, did you say no?
She did.
Beth said no.
Thank you.
It should be so
Okay. All right, so that motion failed. So what other action?
I guess my concern is what is gonna change next month? If this is written the way it's written, what is gonna postponing it next month do? What can we do in the meantime in order to,
So
He
you
could
could
bring us- he
initiate a
could bring us
text
cider.
amendment to fix that, in which you could, again, if you agree with the direction I mentioned earlier that you're deliberating toward, which is that it's the restaurant is still supplied by something on-site or local, which local is hard to define, so you have to be careful about that, but, 51% from on-site or something of that nature to then have a restaurant there. And then that's what the language you would modify. You could do it that quickly, or you could initiate it and essentially draft one would be then in July, you'd have the public hearing in August, and then ultimately township board would be later. So if you're looking at, from a compliance standpoint, if he has his site plan into us by July, you can make it contingent upon that text amendment being approved. And again, site plan to implementation, I mean, that would just be the little hangup, I guess.
Excuse me, the text amendment's gonna come here, public hearing in August, then to the board, then published, then become effective.
I know, so it's still gonna be 4 months before.
That's all I can do is explain the process.
No, I
That's what it
understand,
is.
I'm
Right,
just
right.
trying to clarify, so if this commission votes to say, yes, let's attempt to change the language, it still has to go to the board, it still has to
Do a
go to
public
public hearing. And so even if we said today, yeah, this is baloney, you wanna sell your burgers and cider, you know, we want you to be able to start
the board still has
next
to.
week or whatever.
The other option is you do a variance. So that takes a month of the
It's still gonna take
ZBA.
you 3 months before you could do that.
No, the ZBA is one meeting.
1 week.
One meeting and that will
Right,
probably
if
be
you-
hosted
right, but if
next
we did
month.
it the
It would
first
be,
way.
it would be done in July, but correct, yes, the first way would take probably 3 months.
But the ZBA approves the hardship.
Or an interpretation
Or
error. So the ZBA can also do interpretation errors.
Okay.
But then he has to pay for it.
That is another application to process a fee, correct. As opposed to a text amendment would not cost the applicant.
Either way, it's gonna cost him with his checkbook, or it's gonna cost him in time lost. Time of business lost.
I think we can approve, we can recommend to the board. I think we can recommend to the board, the kitchen, and propose a text amendment tonight. And the board can choose whether or not to approve that kitchen, that's on them. But if we're also approving the text amendment, why would you not approve the kitchen? Or you could,
You're working.
that's on them.
Right,
Yeah, but
Like
that would
you're
give him the
advocating
ability to
for
go,
something.
we could work on our text amendment for our
So we'll propose them
Ordinance.
both tonight,
yeah,
and then we have time to work it all out in the next couple months.
yeah, without
With the
hindering him as much
contingencies
as
of the
possible.
site plan.
Okay, so let me ask,
Okay, can I ask a quick question? Cider mill, is it defined in the ordinance? I don't have it here. And a cider press, is it different than that? It's still producing cider?
Processing wouldn't matter. So how you process the apples isn't a concern.
It
So
is cider,
it could be a mill then?
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Or you can
it would
do a
meet-
press or whatever,
Yeah, but
as
it
long
would-
as the end product is a liquid of cider
Oh, yeah.
variety. Your press is not the issue. Mill is more of a
I
characteristic.
think we need to do a text amendment anyway, 'cause
He's asking a different
I
questions
just asked
now.
if there's a definition of mill.
Um,
It's still producing the liquid.
I don't think that's a concern.
Well, I think one of the issues was it had to be a winery, microbrewery, and he doesn't have that. It says cider mill, it's not alcohol, and you can do
But
a
cider mill
press.
doesn't imply alcoholic.
So why isn't the press a mill, and then it fits that section?
It does, but
you're right.
Then
Are you
Then we don't have
saying
a
now
problem
that
with
you're
that
making cider?
yeah, he said they get.
Yeah, and I have a cider press.
But we don't have a cider, so a cider mill is not a use that's
Right,
been
it's-
permitted
it's-
on
it's-
that site.
Right, it's because he wants to buy the apples, he doesn't have the apples to grow,
Wait,
is what we're
but
trying, that's what
hold
we're
on.
trying to
Yeah, but
text.
So a
farm
farmer
market,
market-
it
so
falls
farmer-
under,
So farmer market, so under the agro business, we have a cider mill, and that's B, in which 50% of it have to be primarily grown on site. So again,
no,
we're-
no, that's not what it says. says 50% grown by the operator, and he leases other land. It doesn't
doesn't
say
grow it
it
on
has to be
site?
grown on
That's
site.
Doesn't have to be on site,
This is
No,
just by operator.
just grown by the operator.
But it says, but,
It says minimum of 50% grown by the operator.
But
Um,
derived from product grown primarily on site, a minimum of 50% grown by the operator. So, no, so it is
Okay.
both.
all right, sorry, I misread that.
That's okay,
Sorry.
it happens,
Okay, so I'm going back to I here.
yes.
You got kitchen facilities along with the sale of cider, donuts, fruit, operation, limited 8 months of the year. We're trying to get him through his summer without having to stop doing what he's doing.
Right.
But you can do the eight, you can modify the text amendment, he can still be operating under that component.
That's why I'm
That's
asking.
what I'm
And
saying.
then
And
Yes.
you can catch up,
So what you propose is correct. Let him move forward. We're gonna modify the text amendment, but we're also gonna,
So we wouldn't make an action then on the special land use to be the most above board, because he's gonna be an agribusiness that can do this for 8 months out of the year for his kitchen. And then we're making our text amendment, so again, you can stay his special
not
land use, you
doing
can
that yet.
postpone it.
So he doesn't have to pay
So then he
again.
doesn't have to pay again, cause the analysis does not change. And then once that text amendment is implemented, that's when you would then officially recommend action on his special land use.
And by then, he's been through this season
But the-
and working on whatever,
And he
so-
shouldn't have his
so you
8 month
wouldn't-
timer expire.
Right,
right, but that way he can get his
so
press
it will
going,
be
he can serve.
seamless by the time, hopefully, everybody gets their ducks in a row and all the commissions and boards and whatever.
So we could propose a text amendment tonight.
Yep.
So let's work out that.
Let's get that done.
And
let's-
what is the tax, are you gonna
Text
modify
amendment
the
to
8 months
modify-
here, or are you gonna modify the
No,
SAP?
the word cider or beverage to anything the farm is producing, they can make a restaurant and have a kitchen in accordance with that. Like if they're growing lemons, they don't have to make cider. We know we don't have lemons here.
Well,
What
that's-
about his well and sparkling water if he bottled his water? At
Well,
this point,
right.
it says
Right.
cider in the thing.
You have to
right
have
now.
those uses to then qualify for the restaurant.
I don't think you.
That's how narrowly it is written.
Right, I think it's written, I mean, it's written based off of Blake's being the only one doing it.
Right,
The problem is it's
that's
literally,
what we need to
it
change.
makes it impossible for anybody else to even,
And I
And
remember
everyone
sitting
else.
at a meeting.
Well,
where
no, no,
That,
no, that's
okay,
not
that
what
is,
we
that
did.
is not
said
true.
Well, it's not- it
doesn't mean
wasn't
We
done
did the
purposely.
special,
He
we
wants
did
other
the
people
overlay
to be able
for
to do it.
Blake's,
So there
because
would
they
be,
were
I
set
mean,
in the,
Okay,
we
Where's
made
the
that
reason
for
we have
them,
this written for
because
one
they were
particular
set in a unique
which
situation.
makes sense, but it also hinders
What-
others from starting, because it's
Do
saying
you
that
think
you
we,
have to
how do we
grow
include
50%
all
of
types
everything.
of foods
That was already
in
in
that?
there.
Like,
well, we're not gonna
Well,
write an
that's
ordinance
what I
tonight, I
think
don't,
That's
Well,
not.
well, no,
kitchen
this is
facilities
amendment to take
don't
out the
include a
word cider.
restaurant.
I don't understand she's saying if he's a farmer.
They
he can
don't.
Correct.
buy from local other vendors.
But you can't serve the food then.
Yeah, but you can serve the food though, that
You-
you're producing.
go ahead.
So we don't need another
That's right.
special
That cuts out his-
land use for you to
he
have
can
a kitchen.
operate, right, that we're
He
not
can
holding up
operate
his
a kitchen
operation.
right now.
Okay,
For eight-
Kitchen
you can operate a
facilities.
kitchen right now
So
for
I can
8
cook
months.
So you can-
You could cook,
serve it
Can't do
inside
both.
the building when somebody sits at a table and eats it.
I've asked Caitlin to be sure, but that's the way
It
I'm
just-
interpreting it.
it just says
Is
not-
I
that
don't,
It's
at a
just the-
counter and they
don't
can
think
take
it's
it.
Correct,
To
it's
sit
not a
down.
restaurant.
It's not a
It's not a
restaurant.
restaurant. If you serve it to the, if you give it to them at a
Counter
counter
and they go
and
sit
they
somewhere,
carry it themselves to the table.
So it's the
That's
idea,
what they've always done.
Okay.
right,
so it's the idea that there's, the
So the kitchen facility, it says, is an establishment that has tables where people sit and eat inside the building.
yeah,
That's
you're not
why I'm
walking
here.
out there
That's
with
what he
your
was
apron
asking.
and your
But
towel
they're
over
saying
your
it's
eyes.
gonna serve your.
Yeah.
so we,
usually that's
did
how
we
you say
approve that already?
prepackaged food. That was, well, we're not there yet.
Got 2 out of 4.
See, that's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
argument
but
that I would make, but it doesn't do that, and so we can't fix it.
okay.
So, just to clarify for the amendment, we wanna relook at 42, which is the year-round kitchen. Did you also want to look at, 1641, which is your manufacturing of beverages and food? Cause that was the one that was narrowly tailored.
They're
Manufacturing,
both,
They're both.
alright, now we got it.
So what's the issue with the manufactured food and beverages?
I couldn't remember it.
So it talks about distilling, fermenting, brewing, and related packaging of alcoholic beverages.
That's the one that
Well,
has
that's
alcohol
what
in it.
that's what it is. It's manufactured food, including distillation.
So I just clarification, we wanna keep the alcoholic component, then that's a totally different use, so we don't wanna change it. That's all I wanna clarify.
It should be modified by taking food out, because it is just geared as a,
Cause that's
towards
what's misleading,
alcoholic.
and that's
Right.
where it goes back to the candied apples or things of that nature. That's not directly permissible based on that first sentence.
Can you repeat that, please?
They're saying that it's really geared towards beverages and distillation, but it does say manufactured food in there.
So it's misleading on title.
Right.
And that's where I think the most frustration is for residents, is that it says food and beverage, but we clearly say it has to be alcoholic based. Cause we don't even say that it's just cider.
Well, that was part of,
Well, that's fine,
It's-
I
it's
mean,
going
we're
going
not
through
trying to
the-
play any blame, but this is where we're
Right.
living in.
Right.
So in the spirit, what was the spirit of that, overlay?
Because they were trying to produce alcoholic beverages and using whatever they had on their site. And that's why we gave them that special assessment, because it was unique to their property.
Right, and when you have it come up for the
But
first
in the
time, like,
meantime-
Alright, so,
yeah,
so then somebody could make a motion to initiate, to modify 1641 and 1642 as discussed. I think I
Yeah.
can
That's
create
fine.
a
Yeah.
draft
I'll
one.
make
I don't know that
Well, I
we're
don't know.
that
You wanna
vetted
make
out,
that
we're ready for public hearing at next meeting, but
No.
let's
No,
start the
I don't know.
drafting
Yes.
and
yes.
fixing what we don't like. Is there
And then
anything
that-
about agro-business that we're
yeah,
not,
that's what, when you were doing the audit of the zoning ordinance, I said we have to look at this section and agribusiness.
correct?
We just haven't gotten there yet.
That's right.
And now we're trying
Yes.
to ram it through, but it's, we know that they should be looked at, they should be reviewed.
Okay.
So the question is the sense of urgency by this board, do you wanna fix it now or do you wanna fix it later? I'll do whatever you want.
We're not interrupting his operations. We already passed two things,
Right,
so we don't have to fix it tonight.
that's why I was,
That's what we were pushing the
that's why I like the
table.
motion to postpone was,
Okay.
I was ready for that.
Okay,
Yes.
so now we need a different motion.
I'll make the motion,
To modify.
to table it until we get a better grasp on which direction
Well,
we're
that's the
going.
motion we have, was to postpone
That's the
for more
same one.
information.
That one that got denied, so you're redoing the same
I
motion.
am redoing the same one.
What did you proposed something different
Or
though,
DJ
to
wrote it
modify
up.
it and come back to it, right? 1641.
Modify
Yeah, you-
So I
1641,
was recommending a
1642.
different motion that was that you would initiate a text amendment to 1641 and 1642.
That was the
As
change.
discussed.
As
As
discussed.
discussed,
But
but
I
then,
didn't
not,
say
no,
that.
I am not a
Finish it
voting member, I can't
I know,
put
I'm
motions.
just saying, I didn't say that in the
Correct.
beginning.
Yeah,
I believe these
That's the motion.
ordinances need to be looked at and reviewed, that's, we're getting there, but we're not there yet, so do we wanna speed up the timetable?
for those two particular
Well, can we
motions,
allow
or,
him to sell, do whatever he's been doing for the 8 months that,
That's what I said,
He's
we're
been
not,
doing it.
we're not
Right.
stopping him, he's got
It's not
the
being
ability
stopped.
under
and then in the
agribusiness.
meantime, we'll work
township
that-
did,
I
though.
think,
the township did,
yeah.
and made him
so
commissioner.
we
Cited
are the
them?
township.
Certain
Yes, yes, we are the township.
Yeah,
I'm certain,
I know that.
Well, that's why we
So,
recommended the event
so in the
posting.
meantime, we
So
let
you
him
can
go
do that.
back to doing business.
We recommended,
I would say it would be my hope that in July, we start right away on working on whatever we need to do to make
the text
this
amendment
more
changes.
user-friendly to allow more businesses to,
And like DJ said, we were doing that because
We
Kaylin
were.
went over
Ta-
it, we'll
Caitlin
just,
just
we'll
started
just bring
on
these
that.
two up to
Right,
the top,
exactly.
top of the pile,
I
so
know.
to address the situation.
we had other issues before that, so that's why a lot of things didn't get done,
Okay.
but
We need a
now
motion to amend the text amendment
I made
to
it.
those, plus,
Wait,
Correct.
wait, I got, there were two motions that were started and neither one of them was finished.
We voted on
I'm,
it.
No,
we voted to,
I have no motions
right.
on the table right now.
I just,
it's the chair's meeting.
What was your
It says
motion?
there's no motion.
all right, go ahead. Start from zero. Go.
No motions on the table, chair
There's
declared
no
it.
motions
Yeah,
on the
start
table.
from zero. Go ahead,
Okay.
DJ.
We should address millage first, what we're gonna do here,
Mhm.
and then the text amendment, this is a separate issue. As far as directing you to look at the
I
the ordinance.
thought we did address Miller's with allowing him to have events, and the kitchen thing he can do through the agriculture thing already, so we don't have to address that right
But
now.
he has the other two uses he requested, and we are taking no action on them, so that's where the recommendation was to postpone, so we're,
Yeah.
again, in lieu, there's this other option that we discussed. That's why the postponement was offered, otherwise we approve or deny. So we have those three options with the other two special land use that are requested, but we need to come to a decision on, based on his completion of his application to that
So
extent.
it would be a postponement on the application due to looking into a text amendment in our ordinance to ensure that we can make the best decision moving forward.
You can, yes?
16.41 and 16.42.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I was,
Okay, so
I'll make
I
that
have
motion.
I have Joe Cucci made a
Yeah,
motion,
he made
I'm
that
looking for a
motion.
second.
Are you gonna add that he can continue?
He doesn't need to, that's an enforcement measure.
Okay.
So that's, as long as the administration understands, that's our interpretation of it, the applicant understands, that's the
Right.
direction. He's already permissible to do that. If you wanted to do a formal motion on it, I would do it separate, cause that's different than the special land uses we just talked about.
We can do that.
Okay, Joe Cucci?
Yeah.
We're gonna postpone,
Motion
yeah, make a motion to
to
postpone
postpone to look at my,
yeah,
The two uses.
the two remaining uses until we can have time to determine if the text amendment. or to make a
Evaluate text amendments.
Yeah,
Just evaluate text
to
amendments.
evaluate text amendments.
Do we have to cite the text? I don't think so.
I have, as discussed, and I have enough direction.
Okay,
Gotcha.
do we have a second on on Joe Cucci's motion to postpone the two remaining, what are we calling those?
Year-round kitchen and manufacturer beverage.
uses.
I'll second that.
No, we already got that, right, Jojo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wasn't it JoJo?
Yeah.
Okay, I got
Joe and then
Jabara,
Joe.
I got Cucci and Jabara.
I missed it.
Okay,
That's
I
okay.
missed it too, so.
I'm missing a lot of two.
Okay, so the motion is
Steve.
to postpone, so we're just gonna, we might as well just say the year-round kitchen, or,
Year-round kitchen and beverages.
and the manufacture of food. Okay. Any questions on the motion, discussion?
Just
very
wanna-
briefly. Go
Steve?
ahead, Steve,
I'm sorry?
go ahead.
I wanted to let Jeff and council know that, you know, we don't wanna make any decisions, cause it's late, and have them be wrong or right, just to make a decision. I guess we wanna prevent precedents and have, and I don't wanna say that's just for Jess, but we don't want anybody wanting to come and start an omelet shop just because they sell some eggs, you know, and we'll get these, ordinances, looked at,
Yeah,
adjusted, that makes sense.
Sarah J. Cott?
Yeah, I guess piggyback on that too. I want you to be able to continue your business and everything, and with this 8-month, you can, and
Right.
so we're gonna have everything, I believe, I would hope, we're gonna have everything done so that you can, by the end of that month, it would be my hope, that you would be able to just move right into your year-round kitchen. I have no idea what, the commission will vote, what the board will vote, but,
Right.
I'm sorry that it's taken
No,
so
it's-
long,
it's-
and,
We're proceeding though.
Yeah, at least we're still moving.
and I do wanna thank you for doing everything the right way, and coming in and seeing what you could do and everything, so, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? The motion is to postpone the two remaining items to evaluate, text amendments. Good enough?
Yes.
Okay.
We
see-
already listed that those were the two, but
we-
for,
She's got the two
Yeah.
down, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I already lost my pen, so I'm writing in red. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Okay, so that takes care of that. You've got this two special land use requirements that'll be going to the board, recommended to the board, and then we are going to look at our sections in the ordinance to see if we can't get some more clarity.
So would
For
you like to make a formal motion to initiate, a text amendment for section 16.41 and 16.42 as discussed?
I think they should be reviewed. I think
review
they
it.
should be reviewed, that's just a little.
Well, you have to
tweak.
initiate the text amendment to review it.
Okay,
That's
I'll
the
make the
formal
motion.
process.
Put
So
those in the
even though I
I'll make
give you a draft one, that
You're right.
doesn't mean you're making the change and moving it to the township
gotcha.
board, but you're starting the process.
I'll
That's,
make that motion, that's fine.
I'll second.
okay, so Jabara and Beth. So the motion is to initiate a text amendment? I can't see.
1 and 2. 16.41.
Well, no, it's gotta be broader than that, it's gotta be the agribusiness as well.
you can include that
You
if you'd
can
like.
include? Well, I thought it was just for the text amendment, DJ. That's what I'm,
Well, the text,
Well, they're related.
but that's gonna
It's all
initiate,
related.
they,
So
they
the-
both need to be, both sections
we'll
be
just
looked
So
at.
it's a
Every
That's
limited
recommendation
section.
to modify your amendment to also include section 802,
We didn't even mention what section.
That's the
so-
agribusiness.
802.
right?
Yeah.
That's what you're,
Okay,
that's what you're verbalizing.
So you're including the,
Agribusiness 802 section.
Or 801, I'm
It's
apologize.
801.
You don't want it.
and you're
Steve,
also,
will you usually book them down,
All right.
please?
and you're also doing
Hang on. Go ahead, I'm listening.
section, okay. Which one is it? Kitchens, so 1641 and 1642?
Correct. And then the question was if you wanted to modify your motion to include 8.01, which is the
Was
agribusiness.
that,
Right, did you,
no,
Joe and Beth, would you like to modify the motion, to include the agribusiness section 801 as well?
I'm thinking that, 426.
Joe,
Looks that we've
Let's
been
do
re-
it.
Joe
That's
nodded,
fine.
okay. All right, any question on the motion to initiate this text
We
amendment?
just have to review it. We're just saying we're gonna review
I
it.
just give it
Is
to
there any
Chris.
questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And motion carries. Okay. So, we're good with you for this evening. Got the two special land uses going to the board, and we're gonna be looking at our, text amendment. So, what they have on the table, laid on the table, the other two will sit there until we review the,
You have to take action on an application, and so it is postponed until we finish the text amendment.
right.
And then it would be brought back to the table,
But
to
in the
discuss.
meantime, they're good to go. 'Cause
So
they
is
can- they
our
can st-
clarification that
Once
under
they-
the agribusiness and the kitchen facilities, they would be able to operate with hot dogs and donuts and cider? Things of that nature that were already part of the original thing, as long as it doesn't exceed the
So if
eight.
they get their two special land uses, they'll be able to do their events and inside
Contingent
and
on
outside.
site plan approval, so
Yeah.
we still need
Right.
them to update the site plan.
Correct.
So what direction are we giving them to update the site plan? What do they need to know that needs to be added to the site plan?
Everything that's in the letter.
Everything that's in the-
Excluding the special land use compliance for those other two uses, or you can choose to do that up to
We'll let
you.
Mr. Snyder, Pete Snyder, Pete's been working on this
Oh,
contact,
okay.
yeah. I think we'll cut through that.
Alright, and again, if you wanna have a meeting for an hour with your designer or just yourselves, there's enough within your application fee that we can do that, just let me know.
Thank you. I give you credit, I'm on the other side of the table for the last 25 years too. This ordinance, I give Caitlin credit for sorting through it. I think it got passed for certain reasons, but I think the vision, what you want, is not this, so.
Yeah,
Right.
they were-
I'll give you credit for taking it on.
They were pretty groundbreaking ordinances when we wrote them, but,
Right.
it's been a lot of years now, and it's time for a review, without a
Thank
doubt.
Midnight.
And on the site plan, are the future proposed buildings, should they be?
So the applicant should clarify the phasing approach to it and the use designations of those. And so, right now, he could, again, those should be labeled with phase 2, that would be my site plan critique comment. And
Okay.
it wouldn't, right now, with how we drafted the special land uses, it would not include a label of what those uses are. And it would just be part of phase 2, and if he wants to do something with those buildings
Right.
related to the special land use, he has to come back. If
Yeah.
it's not related to that, he has to come back. So,
It just has to be clear.
as long as it's not it's not in a pole barn for his farming operation, which is an administrative review, I believe, as opposed to a full site plan for a barn, for a farm.
For an ag building.
Yep. So,
It doesn't come here.
Should he, I think he should,
But he
does
would
have to
note
put
phase-
sizes?
no, cause he just would
Because
wrote
it's
phase 2, and we were
Alright,
only
that's fine.
approving phase 1.
That's why I was saying.
Yep, so that would be a
Alright.
note, that
So
would
it's
be the
clear.
compliance component. That's why, under the zoning compliance, I flagged accessory buildings.
Yeah,
I didn't know what the use of those buildings were. If he puts this phase 2, writes that off.
gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging in there with us.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the last item is going to be the master plan. Has everyone had a chance to look at what Laura proposed for additional language, or,
Wait, didn't you say you were only gonna continue the meeting to go to deal with this special land use, so therefore,
I thought so.
We'll have to table
We-
the master
we-
plan
unless you wanna make
discussion.
another
we-
motion to extend it to make a motion to, but
we need a,
didn't we already close the public hearing, and so therefore that was your action is, unless you wanna just
Right.
make a quick motion regarding postponing it to next meeting, which you'd have to do anyway, cause you don't wanna make a decision on
We
it.
can make a motion to postpone the master plan discussion to next meeting.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Then we're telling Laura that she's not gonna be here until August.
right,
She
okay,
would-
Maureen
Okay,
and,
She
uh,
wasn't
not that
gonna
she'll,
come
she will care.
anyway.
July
Okay.
3rd, really? Come on.
Yeah,
Well,
she doesn't come when it's not a holiday.
So,
Go ahead,
so
I'm
we
sorry.
probably do not have enough information to go back to her and get the,
Well, it sounds like those were the edits. No one had additional edits tonight.
Right, so that's,
so we could potentially muddle our way through. Would the commission feel comfortable with us meeting with Laura and trying to get a final draft with all this, the additional things that she's presented? That's why I say, I don't know if anybody's got anything additional, if they're comfortable with,
I have faith in the commission.
Yeah,
okay, well, that's,
Well, the commission's not gonna be there, it's gonna be me and DJ
Okay,
and
so-
Laura.
I have faith in the Armada Township
Oh,
side
oh,
of
yeah.
all right, so we've got a
For
motion
the-
to table the master plan. Any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. So is the planning commission comfortable if we meet Chris, myself, and we could even have one more person, and try and hammer out
Sarah.
all the language, to get a final draft?
What day?
It's gonna be during business hours.
What
It's
day?
gonna
I
be
can
during
do
the- we
that,
don't
but
know.
I can't guarantee it'll be very nice.
What day?
We have no idea.
She's working.
It'll have to be next week though,
That's fine.
cause,
I'll offer up for him.
'cause
Well, it could be either
I,
one.
I missed who approved that, who,
I did.
Maureen and Sarah.
Maureen and Sarah, thank
to
you.
table. I mean, the only other option is that we just have the meeting in July with McKenna here, and we try and then work it all out. And
Well, and
then-
the applicant is not guaranteed that he's gonna have his site plan ready by then. Just,
No,
No, I'm
but
talking about the,
if we
master
wait-
plan.
I'm just talking about content on your July agenda. Could
Oh.
you have the master plan discussed for hopefully the 15,
Spend
30 minutes?
Spend the whole July meeting, if that's the only thing on the agenda, just on master plan.
Well, hopefully it's not that long of a meeting, cause all of the corrections you've already cataloged for
Right,
the
that
last
should be all
3
done.
months.
Yeah.
And
Last
so,
year,
and yeah, but I was trying to be more,
I'm beyond them.
Okay, so it sounds like the commission would like to have us try and hammer out a final draft for
Yeah, so that
the
we
July
can-
meeting.
and you can clarify for your consultant, you want a surrogate or her.
But whoever's gonna get it done and to the commission in a timely manner, complete.
I would just take a day off and we just do it here
Is
at
this
the
like the census?
hall.
Is that subject to open meetings?
Well, not if we only
It's
have.
not a public meeting because you don't have the quorum to make a
It's just gonna be
decision,
a committee if
so.
we just have two
Yep.
people.
No votes going on.
Two
Yep,
pe- and we're, I mean, technically, we're
Just
telling her what to
working
put
out
in there, but it's
wording.
not approved until it comes back.
We already made
here.
that list
Right.
anyway.
So we're, just to clear it up here, you were gonna meet with her and Chris?
She said, she
Do
offered,
you need a third?
when I tried to talk her into coming to the meeting tonight, she offered to come to the hall with Chris, myself, and whatever, to get all the amendments done in
So
addition
why
to
don't we
what you.
do it?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
He
for.
wants clarification that we're all
Clarification
good
that
with
you're-
that.
you're
There's
good
no
with that.
additional edits, this is the final.
If I knew the day, I could, and it has to be during, if it has to be during working hours, I could take a vacation day. How long would it take for this, you know?
Okay,
Well,
well,
I
we
think
can,
Joe
we can
already
only, we
said
can only
that and
choose
said
one,
it
so
does,
I guess we see what day
Well,
she's
the good thing
thinking
is
of.
most everyone is available if need be,
Yeah.
so.
We have everybody volunteering.
So DJ gets to write everyone's name on a popsicle stick and draw it out.
Right.
There you go.
It's around.
Okay, so it sounds like
Just-
Maureen, Joe, and Steve,
I could be available.
any one of those, okay. So how do we wanna do this?
Just let us know.
Let us know.
Yeah, just let
See
her
what
know
I'll see what,
when she's available.
when she's available, and I'll put it out on an email and see
Go from
who's
there.
available, and,
I'm so tired, I am so
okay,
bad,
whoops.
and I'm not apologizing for it.
I was watching you.
Okay, we'll get this, we'll do that through email, we'll get the schedule, see what's going on. So it is 11:10, a new world's record.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, yeah. public
I'm sorry,
comment.
thank you. You're correct. We do have public comments, so Marcia, you're good,
I'll make a
thank you for your
motion.
comments.
Nobody online?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, Beth,
Yeah.
Sarah, do I even need to say all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good night.
Have a good night.
We did it. You made
Yeah.
it through the whole thing.
Um,